about it? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it?
Spot a pussy nigga I don't like. Walk up on his ass, take flight. All my niggas gon' fight. Mentor when we see you on sight. Check it. Pussy nigga die every time I bless him. To the other side, recognize my message. Respect and see the king, chat time my peasant. Black as I get his ass out of my prison. Full of automatic chopper, they shield them. Hustle gang, you know you don't wanna fool them. All the sharks in the water, they cool them. Yo, pussy ass never in the mood to swim. Break to a nigga face like 3D. Move more gas than the BP. Nigga better pay hammer when you see me. I'ma send the chief to your TP. Keep me 3 or 4 bitches in the back, they roll backwood. By the pack, but the back they blowin'. Hey, 2015 Cadillac, she stole it, and we ain't going home till we see a break down.
Just walked in the party, grab your way, shawty. I know you feeling sorry. What you gonna do about it? 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 Someone please call 911. Tell them I just shot my goal. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it?
Young sluts, I got a chopper in the Lambo. I'm getting money, still trapping out the bando. Look at here, pussy nigga, what you stand for? Man down, tryna put you where the sand go. And what the fuck you finna do about it? Nigga, we can fight it, we can shoot about it. I pull that chopper, niggas get a different view about it. I'm an asshole, nigga, nothing new about it. Don't give a fuck, don't you play with my mental. I play with this lid, I'm not talking no pencil. I keep me 3 youngest strapped up in that rental. To check anything that you say out your dental. Real street nigga, I'm the king of the ground. Walk up in the club, shut the whole club down. Put that H in the air, yeah, I'm riding for the town. Need to see the truth going southwest bound. Nigga, where your bitch at? I'm tryna fuck some. I play physical and bitch, I'm tryna touch some. I should've been a DJ, how I cut some. Face down to that whole head, put some. I take you out your frame, nigga. I'm front line for the game, nigga. Bet I go against the grain, nigga. Ain't stupid, I'm insane, nigga.
Just walked in the party, grab your way, shawty. I know you feeling sorry. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? might lose your life, but no matter what you say, no matter what you do, if we all stick together, we can all pull through. The heads he gonna tell.
Hey, was that playing the whole time? Can you hear me? Anybody?
Yeah, I hear you.
Was that music playing the whole time?
No, I just turned it on. You was on the YouTube.
Oh, but it wasn't playing?
No.
Well, that's easy.
What you say? How many niggas gon' tell? To get you an early release out of jail. Folks murkish niggas in a stoley. About to pull a lick with 30-round clips. If it's the back door, they harm me. But he got ring cameras and arsenal like the arm. One of the smirkish niggas broad told the homie they finna rob to be prepared and stay woke because they coming for your throat. They homie they finna rob got some commas. Told his girlfriend and his kids to go spend the night at her mama's. Turned off the lights and left the TVs on, so it could look like he was home, but he was really gone. He can check the surveillance through his phone. Get notifications when it's home. Driver keep bringing up his newborn daughter. The shooter's wondering if he can hold water, cause his body type is frail. He can't make it in a cell like the opposite of his. He gon' tell. Bitch! How many niggas gon' tell? How many niggas gon' tell? Damn! How many niggas gon' tell? What you say? How many niggas gon' tell? To get you an early release out of jail. The main nigga talking about he never tell. Now we flossing in the hood, leaving a paper trail. Lying ass nigga going straight to hell. First time I heard about this shit, I ain't take it well. Nigga in the hood telling everybody. Baby mama in a brand new Maserati. Told the side nigga she was fucking with. Funky dog head, nothing ass bitch. Not a word out. The feds knocking at your daddy house, meeting at the park after dark. Nigga didn't even try and play it smart. Couldn't play his part. Snitch ass nigga got the same heart. Police talking that jail time. It was smoke you a cig and tuck your tail time. Use a bitch. Nigga telling on everybody on the stand. Judge said point him out. That nigga used both hands. How many niggas gon' tell? How many niggas gon' tell? Damn. How many niggas gon' tell? What you say? How many niggas gon' tell? To get you an early release out of jail. They try to turn you against me, him against you, make us enemies. Then we all through. Now what happened? It's no big mystery. Homeboy, you need to know your history. It's too bad, cause when we got the crack, you made money off the hood, but did you ever give it back? Used it like poison, brought all your poison. Automatic weapons, make a lot of noise when motherfuckers come through. Straight trying to dump you, trying to take your block. Niggas trying to bump you. You make a lot of money off them junkies, it's a fact. All you gotta do is keep the monkey on their back. The thug life gave us a reason to fight. You get caught in this shit, you might lose your life. But no matter what you say, no matter what you do, if we all stick together, we can all pull through. How many niggas gon' tell? How many niggas gon' tell? Damn. How many niggas gon' tell? What you say? How many niggas gon' tell?
Well, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. Finally, I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka Lady J, aka Brandy Green Majors, and I'm joined with Jay Kruma, Jesse Paris, Shabaka Sankori for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also co-hosts Frontline Black News. It comes on Saturdays at 10. Forgive me, family. I am a little rusty. I've had some stuff going on. Usually I kind of was expecting y'all to jump on it a little bit, but go ahead, introduce yourselves, and then I'll get into whatever I was going to talk about. Go ahead, Jesse.
And Jesse Paris, Chan Kruma, Frontline Black News, co-host of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and regular contributor here on the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda.
All right, I'm Shabaka Sankori, co-executive producer of the podcast Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, contributor with Frontline Black News, and here on the Revolutionary Agenda, coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. It was 109 degrees today. And this is for all you individuals out there who say that we're all the same and all that old type of shit. And I'm talking about you cockazoids out there. Bring your ass out here tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's going to be a wee bit warmer tomorrow. And be sure to leave.
And you gotta leave this at home. You gotta leave this at home.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So that's for all you Joe Gibson motherfuckers out there. You know what I'm saying?
This motherfucker is really fair. Really fucking fair. But look, I left without the sunscreen. I don't need sunscreen. This is my normal peanut butter color in the summer. Okay. I mean my normal summer, my summer peanut butter. Okay. And I trust and believe.
Oh yeah.
No sunscreen on this motherfucker at all. That shit is like.
Well, you're already born with the sunscreen.
Yeah, look at this.
It's called melanin.
Me and Jesse can probably go like tone to tone right now. I'm probably like a little bit lighter than you, Shabaka. Smidge. Smidge. Look at that shit.
The only thing I can say about that is what gets to me is that damn cold. You know what I'm saying? I cannot take cold at all. Arthritis, you know what I'm saying? Freezing up there. I spent 3 winters in Denver, Colorado, and it gets real cold in Denver in the wintertime, believe. But at the same token, you can see all 4 seasons in one day in Denver, Colorado.
Temperature right now.
It's 74.
74, and I'm in the back of the house where the AC is running. I'm in the back of the house, and it's like 80 maybe-ish.
It was like 94 today.
So I'm back here.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it is here now.
Back here, okay? But I've been outside just doing whatever the fuck I felt like doing all day today. I've been inside for the most part, but I went outside for like about 2 hours, to go to the store, just cruise around. I was on patrol, right? And I was outside. Look, man, look at this shit. I was like, ooh, no sunscreen, no lotion. I was just outside, you hear me? And having a bomb ass time. Driving around, listening to music, taking patrol of the neighborhood. I was out around my neighborhood. And, I had a devastating morning. So I was like, okay, let me just go see what's happening. And then I come in. I didn't even realize it was like this until I turned on the camera right now. And I was like, damn, I didn't put no lotion on. I was like, so you whiteys could be outside and just go ahead. Don't leave the sunscreen at home though, because you ain't gonna do this.
Oh
What
yeah.
happened on the Black Arts Festival where you guys were turning like lobster red, like the live sign on the top of the computer? Yeah, I was still out there beaming in the sun. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look at this shit. This was like this is like Jiffy right now.
Right.
Pick one. It's a peanut butter of some sort.
And then too, and we want to let everybody know that calls into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. He's been getting charged calling in. What was that there you was telling me earlier, Brother Paris? What they got to do? They got to add the phone number to their SharePoint.
Correct. If you're a T-Mobile, Metro by T-Mobile, or T-Mobile customer, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, it's because, like I said, I got a letter from Blog Talk, telling me something to the effect that it was T-Mobile and Metro, that's charged not on their own end. And if you cannot do that, you can most definitely, when we go on the air with Shabaka's Black Experience and definitely hit the chat room. You know what I'm saying? It's because, this is where we get a lot of our hate mail, and people don't tell us. People tell us we don't know what the fuck we're talking about and all that, and we only research our stories, 3, 4, 5, 6 fucking times, you know what I mean? And we only been up here 7 fucking years, and we only been up here with Frontline Black News for the last 3 years, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, if you want to sit up there and listen to prepackaged bullshit, turn on mainstream media, go over there to that gut-filled, funny-looking cartoon bastard, you know what I mean? And that son of a bitch is going to sit up there and going to say, oh, no, well, reparations is reverse discrimination. Okay, now see, here's the part that kills me. about the ill reasoning of white America. Okay, when you say a term reverse discrimination, then this only by the law of logic, just like shit stinks and 2 + 2 = 4, then you have to recognize that you have a previous problem with racism and discrimination right there. See? So once again, you want to shit on us and tell us it's snow. You want to piss on us and tell us it's rain. You see what I'm saying? And the panties, Donald Duck dump. And when I say the dump, I mean as in human shit. Okay? And then the cold part about it is you get the panties and you get the dump. And the cold part about it is you get a whole lot of you white people in America that believes this prepackaged bullshit. That's what
You
gets
little
me.
highballs, say hi. Don't be weird. I see you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shabaka,
Mhm.
as far as everything is concerned, like as far as the block talk is concerned, when I called in the other day, like last week when we were going off on Joe Gibson, we exposed Joe Gibson.
Right.
uh, I didn't have to call it. I didn't have to go through any of that. So it might just be a temporary glitch. However, I wouldn't put it past anything because we got shadow banned and then dropped uh, for the stupidest
Oh,
reason.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's just inevitable.
Most definitely there.
It's
Well,
just
see, that's just it, though, Lady Che. You see, this is why I say that document called the First Amendment about free speech. They might as well go in and wipe their ass with it and use it as toilet paper up there at the U.S. Senate and U.S. Congress in Washington, D.C. It's because the
all
majority of
that
you
went out the
motherfuckers
window.
out
Yeah, all that
Oh,
went out
yes,
the
sir.
window with 9/11. The last remnant
Yes,
of
sir.
that went out with 9/11. So they can tap you.
Yes, sir.
They can listen
Oh,
in
yeah.
on your phone
All you
calls,
in the
listen in
cipher
on
courts.
yeah, all that.
Yeah, all that bullshit. So therefore, you talking about the land of the free and the home of the brave. Once
Oh my
again,
damn
you
lie.
motherfuckers are either lying to us or you've been lied to. And I mean, and every fucking time I go on Facebook or Stinky Bird, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting a bunch of shit from assholes. I mean, it's incredible. Like that Ramasaba. Now here's one
Oh
for
my
you.
god.
I had a
But
boar come on my fucking wall. Okay, talking that prepackaged bullshit, just like their counterparts here are in the United States. Oh, that was so long ago, and reverse
that's so long ago.
discrimination. Yeah, and all this old type of shit. Okay, and then
Thankfully, we're going
how
to
the
talk about a little bit
Asians
about
are
that.
rejoicing. Yeah, and then it's amazing how
Asians, no, they're not rejoicing. In fact,
yeah,
they about to come knocking on our door asking for help, talking about we all minorities in the struggle, and we're going to tell them the whole thing on nuts.
On fucking nuts. And this is where our narrative has been for the last 3.5 fucking years. We can't do it no more. The day of the ass scratching the Yasa boss is over. He's done.
Fellas.
He's through.
Fellas.
What were you going to talk about tonight, Lady Che?
Tons of things. Hold on a sec, real quick. I am going to bring up the reparations thing. I want you guys to see something funny. I didn't think it was funny. I kind of did actually a little bit because I posted it on my Facebook page. But let me update the people because it's been a minute since I've been on the RVA. So just pause right there for a second on your thoughts, gentlemen. And thank you for joining me. Okay, so I'm just gonna talk for a few minutes. Give me 1 second, family. I gotta change these glasses out because I don't know, it's just kind of I'm not really seeing what I want to see right now. So real quick, family. It's been a little while. I've been going through some serious dramatic things going on here in the dollhouse. Very, very, very traumatic stuff. I'm over it now, I guess. I'll be all right. I do have a lot of things to talk about real quick. Just I'll be brief before we get into it because the fellas got to go to sleep and whatnot. But the show must continue after that.
Yeah,
Um, listen,
right. Yeah, because I'm gonna be nodding out in about 30 minutes. I'm
got
sorry. Go ahead, lady.
got you. So real quick, I'm coming back on camera. Just give me 1 second. I just had to change out my glasses for a second. Um, all right, let me see. Okay, there we go. I guess it's better. It's whatever. I'll figure it out. Um, all right. So your girl decided, or well, it was a consensus decision that I go ahead and apply or file the paperwork to run for city council at large in Aurora, and so I did that. I've been kind of floating under the radar, right? Like just not really making scenes about it. I've just been doing that, but I haven't really. For the simple fact is that, you know, I don't care. I'll do what I want. You know what I mean? So I wanted to talk a little bit about that because I'm almost done with my website, and I realized I lack two important things. I lack some pictures that these other people usually have. Okay, they usually have a family, husband, wife, children type pictures, right? And my maid is over there, and usually we're doing one of three things. We're either thugging, or we're in our pro black shit, or or he was ready for campaign, and I was just in the cut, and us really taking pictures together in a while. It's been a while, you know what I mean? And unless we're out somewhere and we kind of do that, it's pretty rare for me, um and I'm not that I'm shy or anything. I just there's really, if I feel like this, you should ask me. Ask me stuff, because I don't, I don't really volunteer information like that. But I do be getting into shit, and I have my voice, I have my thoughts. And so people wanted to know while we were at the Black Arts Festival, a little bit of my stances. Well, I'm an independent. If we stay here on Frontline Black News, that the black vote is for sale, that includes my vote too. You know what I mean? Votes for sale, and show me something tangible. You know, um, Running in Aurora, the city council in Aurora. I live in Aurora, and I'm not pleased. No, a lot of people aren't. Um, Also, you know, uh, to continue on with the Paris start, we had a full black agenda, um, in accordance with what the new black media has laid out for us over the last decade. And we've been, well, for everybody online, this is new. This for you really not seeing me up until recently over the last couple of years. This is something new to you, not new to me. Okay, not new to me at all. Um, and so, with that being said, I've been reprogrammed, redirected, re-educated, everything. Okay, so those narratives that was once confusing me, being biracial, mixed, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't even accept those terms no more. You would just refer to me as black first. However, in my website and stuff like that, I totally didn't acknowledge any of that. I didn't put nothing down, and also avoided almost everything. I avoided broad and ambiguous terms and terms of inclusion. Okay, and there's a reason for that. Every faction has their representatives. Asians got their representatives. Hispanics got more than enough representatives. The whites have their representatives. Okay. However, black people, foundational black Americans here in the city of Aurora, Denver, and all around in the state of Colorado, do not have a heavy representative. We have a few sprinkled here and there, but at the same time, they are not solid, and they're wishy washy, and they're, in my opinion, bought and paid for. So you get whatever you get with them, and they might be fucking pro black and militant 1 minute, but with them the next, and that's not how Team Paris rolls. That's not how Brandy rolls. Brandy makes up her mind. Brandy's on that. I'm always going to stay on that. We're at war. It's not fucking difficult. we're at war. I don't, me personally, I don't stand with a lot of any agendas. Some of them are just that, agendas that are designed to fucking distract us and take money and pollute us. Some of these things are pollutants to the black community, whether you want to accept it or not. That's just what it is. So, with me doing my website, and like I said, I'm missing like two or three pictures of me doing shit on the community or whatever. That I until I was building my shit, I really didn't realize I needed that. I also realized that I have to do a couple of little things to be present myself like Jesse did. Now, Jesse's campaign moved it inspired me a long time ago. It was hard, and I managed to do it, me and him by ourselves, and it was very fucking hard. Now I learned everything that I needed to learn, and I'm just doing my due. However, you will not get, if you're looking for that, inclusionary discussions. No. However, there are different communities that live in the city of Aurora that need tangibles, that need things. And these are the top, there's like a list of things that need to be done correctly for the residents of Aurora, Colorado, which, I want to represent. The reason I want to represent it is because, hey, look, man, these people had their time in the sun. And where has it really gotten us? Right? Where has it really gotten us? All this inclusionary discussion, all these broad and ambiguous fucking words of fucking salad, fluff, has never gotten us nowhere. And like I said, these people all have their representatives. They have their representatives. But there's no representative, a solid B1 representative here that doesn't flip flop, it's on code in politics. Okay? And nobody chose Jesse because whatever the fuck the reasons were, we know what it is. We know exactly what it is. And I'll get into that in a second. This is something else, right? This is something else. Nobody, like when you see me, you should feel adequately uncomfortable around me. People should know that I don't play, and I'm not. You can't buy me. You can't convince me. You can't bribe me. You can't do shit with me. It has to behoove me for me to want to listen and for me to want to make a certain adjustment in my mindset. And no one can speak to this mindset. This mindset does whatever the fuck it wants to do from the time I came in the world. Okay? I'm okay with nobody liking me. No, I would be shocked the day somebody actually likes me. Okay? I was 43 fucking years and nobody's ever liked me. And I've had a hard fucking time. I'm a victim of racism and white supremacy. So, that being said, I'm from the bottom that knows what needs to be done. All these people have been sitting in these seats, and if you've been watching city council at large or city council, then you'll see that they're really emotional, borderline on some areas childish. Just watch that last study session, you'll see. You know what I mean? I mean, just things that are very unbecoming. Maybe I'm not nobody to speak on decorum, right? But what I saw this last study session, I was like, ooh, ooh, ugh. Who does that? Okay. And, calling out something and actually doing something, it's mind blowing, right? And I feel like nobody has it in them. I've watched two very strong black people try to run for city council in the previous election and one just recently. And I see what it is. The Caucasians don't want you to win. Okay, that's one. And if you're not on alignment with the fucking Democratic Party, even if they say it's bipartisan, it's not really bipartisan, family. It's whatever they want you to do. They want you to be Democrat, period. Okay? They say, okay, you might let you know. None of those things have really gotten us anywhere. I was a Democrat for a long time. What the fuck did it get me? You know what I mean? Where did it lead me? Homelessness? You know what I mean? It hasn't left me nowhere. So me trying something different is because I honestly and strongly believe we should hold our vote for something fucking tangible. And that's, you should want that from anybody applying to be a politician. That's what we always say every Saturday when we do tangibles on Frontline Black News. You want to see something. I'm working on something. But I noticed this last time when we worked on Jesse's campaign, people ran off with our shit. People took it and they try to exploit it and pervert it. And I'm not down with that. I'm not my mate. I'm not my mate. I'm raw, different. I'm not him. However, you're not gonna do that either to me. I'm tired of people stealing my things. I'm tired of working so hard to bring something so good to everybody. And I believe in what we've been standing on. I believe on punishing police. I believe in a lot of things. Does that mean I'm gonna be any less of a leader? No. Should probably be the really good leader. And I'm pretty fucking confident. I'm pretty confident in what's happening right now. People ask me, well, do you know who's running? Yeah, I saw. I read a little something, something. I did the research. Does it matter? No. I don't care what they're talking about. I know what I want to talk about. I know what I want to do. I'm not up to living up to their levels of whatever. Because those levels right there are subpar. Those levels are mediocre to me. If you're really gonna do something, you should have did it. If you're really about something, you should have did it. You had plenty of time to do it. You know what I mean? We ran into a brother running for mayor in during the Black Arts Festival, and me and Jesse were on that ass, family. We were asking him the tough questions. We were asking him serious questions. What are you gonna do for Black people? What do you think about reparations? You know, and his answers were not to what we are talking about, not to what the new Black media and everybody that we listen to that gives us a proper fucking education that we've been following so heavily on our podcast dieting and whatever we're doing. Everything that it was not codified, family. It was a sham. It was a fucking sham. And I'm looking at this brother like, man, come on, cuz you gotta come over back to the black side. You know what I mean? He's looking at me like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, well, come on, brother. They say it's bipartisan, but really, we're trying. Come on back. There's no coming back for that brother. That brother's lost in the sauce. Okay, he ain't coming back. And that's the kind of shit that we got running for office everywhere, right? So we don't have. So let the shade deflect the message. We do not have a solid. Let me let Jesse in 1 second, family. We do not have a solid B1 representative here in the city of Aurora. Okay, hold on a second. What is that? Okay, here we go. Jesse, I'm not reading this shit. Let's see. I know what it means. I know what it means. It will not show up next to your name on the ballot. Right. Right. And so my shit isn't gonna show up on my political party. Thank you for educating the people. Yeah, thank you for educating the people. All right. Um, what is his name? That's his
Robert.
name. The
Yeah.
black man.
Yeah.
Right.
And Andrews.
I wish I could run that back, and I just don't know how to run that back where I can show you guys what me and Jesse were on that ass like
I just gotta
hard.
send you the link. I guess we lost Shabaka. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka.
Yes,
I'll
good night,
see you
Shabaka.
later on for Grand Rises with Shabaka.
Yeah,
And
Grand Rise with Shabaka tomorrow. Call in, call in, call in. It's heavy every morning, every Friday. Um, yeah, I would that was a heavy little discussion. We were on that man's ass, like because we wanted to know what you gonna do specifically for black people. That's what we ask everybody. You know what I
yep,
mean? That's what we ask everybody. Welcome back, Shabaka. We ask everybody that.
no matter what they look like.
Why?
They
Because
could look
that's
like us. They could be as pale as snow. They all gonna get asked the same question.
we're gonna be asked that because we want to know, right? And what are you
Oh,
gonna do about
exactly.
reparations? How do you fucking feel about reparations? His answers were sub below par to us black
He
family.
said, Shabaka, you'll get a kick out of
Wait,
this.
you
I'm
gonna
trying to
play it
pull the
before
video
Luis
up.
finds it. But
Um,
it was
Uh-huh.
subpar.
Shabaka,
The way he
he
looked at
asked
me,
me,
Yes.
because he know I
Hold
just
on,
ran for
Jesse.
mayor.
Hold on.
Hold on,
Hold
I
on,
was
Jesse.
trying to explain it to
Hold on,
Shabaka.
Jesse. Hold on.
Okay.
The way he looked at me the whole time we were talking, because I was on that ass, showed me right there that he's not with us. Just because everybody loves Jesse. Everybody loves Jesse. Can't do no wrong in front of everybody. Everybody will talk to Jesse. Brandy is a whole different character. Only talk to me because I'm around Jesse. Nobody talks to me when I'm not with Jesse. You know what I mean? So I'm with Jesse, and that's the only way time people talk to me. But I'm on it, family. I'm on it. Without Jesse, I'm questioning motherfuckers because that's what we're supposed to do. Sick battleships. You're not gonna run off with and remix nothing in front of me, right? Because I'm serious about this shit, and I've been serious about this shit. So go ahead, Jesse. Now get into your little story about how they get into it. They show it. I'm so mad at Jesse, man, because Jesse like those it's supposed to be my time, cuz. It is what it is. Jesse can't do no fucking wrong, no matter what anybody says. Okay, but in hindsight, I was on that ass, and I want my credit for it because people always sleeping on me, but you shouldn't sleep on this motherfucker's majorly codified and with it and
Facts.
on fucking on on code. Like you'll see. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Shabaka, we had ran into this cat who's running for mayor of Aurora named Robert
Right.
Andrews. And he was on the
I didn't
Jeff
even know
Fart
that.
Uh-huh.
he was on
That's
the
how
Jeff
relevant it
Fart
was.
show some weeks back, right?
Okay.
I didn't
And
even know.
Yes.
he's supposed to be, from what he was saying on the show, he's supposed to be a Republican or he's leaning toward Republican. But when we confronted him, he said he was a Democrat. And we had to go in on him. Okay, so you're a Democrat, right? Because he's
Right.
like, why is everybody messing with me, meaning black people? Why is everybody messing with me? Or are they asking me all
Right.
these questions? What's going on? And he knows that I had ran for mayor of Denver. So
Okay.
he's like coming to me like, hey man, what's going on? Why they sweating me so hard and this and that? I'm like, look, bro, I'm gonna tell you exactly why they sweating you so hard. The new black media.
Mm-hmm.
We demanded something tangible for
Exactly.
our vote. You want to do something specifically for us. And he wasn't trying to hear it.
Yep.
And I'm like, that's what it is. And then so he said some shit that Kamala Harris would say. And I said,
Oh man.
Kamala Harris said that when she was running for president. And he was like, oh,
Right.
I can't speak for Kamala, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, but that's what you represent, though. that's the party
Exactly.
that you represent. And you sitting up here talking about you can't do
Exactly.
nothing specifically for black people. And then he said it was more black people in Aurora than we thought. He talked about it's 21% black in Aurora. And we kept telling him, no, it's like 16%. And he's like, no, it's
Right.
22%. So long story short, he is the
Yeah.
head of this company called Community Works. And they put on a forum
Okay.
at Cleo Parker Robinson back in, I want to say it was February, March. And they had invited me and the Nemesis and some others that were running for mayor to go because it was an all-black forum. It was supposed to be an all-black forum. For the most part, it was black
Right.
people in there, and it was hosted by black people. So we're in there literally talking to our people, or what we think are our people. And he was there. He witnessed the whole thing, so he already knew where I stood. Because the first thing he said to me, it was like, "Oh, I loved your speech. I love what you had to say." So I was like, "Look, don't be afraid to say black. It's black first over here." And then I'm sitting next to the Nemesis, who's for any and everybody. And I'm like, I dropped the mic like, here you go. I was like, did you like that mic drop moments? And he just laughed. But yeah, he was like all up in his feelings, like, why does it keep coming at me? What's going on, brother? Can you help me? And then he was like, I can count on y'all to get signatures for me, right? And the lady Che was like, yeah, can we count on you? No, first of all, can we count on you? And then he walked away after that. But yeah, that was hilarious. Go ahead, Lady Che. I'm done.
Did you find it? Power off.
Oh, I'm still looking for the video.
Me too. I can't even find it. I'm looking for it right now too. Yeah, I'm looking for it because it was like I think I almost found it. I think
Put a bunch of hashtags in it. You have to scroll my whole damn page.
Damn there. It was
from last Saturday.
Went twice, right? You went twice.
And I tagged you on it, so it should be on your page. Okay.
I found it. Okay, hold on a second. Found it. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah, it's all recorded. We were on our investigative shit. I'm like, Lady Che, let's go, because Lady Che didn't want to leave. And I'm like, we got to go, Lady Che. We got to get ready for the Frontline Black News. And she's like, no, I'll just meet you there. I'm like, no, we got to go. Come on. So we trying to make this shit quick. Well, I'm trying to make this shit quick. Lady Che want to stop and talk to everybody. So I'm like, okay. We tried to get Jeff Fart's attention, and he's like, oh, we're doing a mic check, blah, 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 blah. It's all on camera. Yep. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Can we all exclusive anymore?
I think we do, because we're the leaders of that.
Yeah, but the all-inclusive,
every movement that ever has been created. These what's old.
I was all over the place.
Tell me what you think.
Really good. Really good.
You got a card, brother?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that honey,
Where are you based out of? Out of Denver.
Where is Colorado?
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's about to get real right here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the city park.
Okay, here you go.
Yep, that's City Park, Shabaka.
Yeah, and then if there's not, and if I'm not mistaken, the fountain should be right there.
Hold on, Shabaka.
I think we got a good war chest, and I think we got a good team, and we're going to do the best we can to make sure that we can win.
What's your stance on reparations?
Look at our city.
That's a logical question. What's your stance? I mean, I just ran for mayor of Denver.
Yeah.
I can tell you, yeah.
I think everybody needs what's owed to them. We got to make sure that happens. In the world, you don't have the power to, as a mayor, make that happen.
Yeah.
A strong mayor can have power. So my job is just to bring people together so we can solve a lot of the issues.
Another question, brother. What are you going to do specifically for black people in Aurora, specifically the ones that live in her district, Ward 1?
That's where we're located. We're already doing a lot. That's where we're at. Our
Pause.
Man, that is prepackaged.
That's a damn lie.
Shit, man.
Lady Che live in Ward 1. When have you ever seen him doing any work in Ward 1?
Never.
And you patrol the neighborhood? Talking about where? Where? Yeah, he talking about on Colfax. He said where on Colfax?
I've been outside. Where? I've been outside everywhere today. I've been all over the
No,
neighborhood.
I'm talking about since you lived in Aurora. Have you ever seen him in Ward 1? You
No, I
patrol
don't
the
even know.
neighborhood.
No, I don't even know who he is.
So he's just goddamn lying. They ain't talking about, well, you know, the mayor can do it. Like, man, you could do it the goddamn commission. You could do it even, God forbid, a study. There's something you can do. But he talking about, oh, we can't do anything.
So just listen, like, look, hold on a second, watch how he does it. Wait, hold on a second. He's like, this is what I'm talking about, family. This is us on our shit. Me and I'm sitting there looking at it like I'm leaned back, like, because the sun wasn't really on me, because it's kind of dim. He's talking about somebody else. Look, I look out, looking at him.
That's the other dude that's running for mayor, Shabaka.
Yeah, I wouldn't jump in the ring. I think I would come a second.
I'm looking at him. I'm ready to blow him up. Like,
I think we got a good war chest, and I think we got a
good team. He got a war chest, so he got money behind him. And he got a good team.
What's your stance on reparations? That's a logical question. What's your stance? I mean,
what kind of question?
Yeah. Now he's tongue tied.
Come on,
yeah. Now he don't know. He don't know which way is up now.
I was leaning back like, OMG.
See, this is what we've been saying on our platforms for the last few years, people. When you check out the revolutionary agenda, when you check out Frontline Black News, and when you check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, you see these prepackaged, handpicked, ass-scratching Negroes are dangerous to us. Now,
I think he got the
shit that I
formula,
just
Shabaka.
read off the
He said
Tweety
he got a
Bird.
war chest, and he got a good team behind him.
He said,
okay, then if he's got such a war chest, then he needs to go out there and find 10 homeless people that he could shelter tonight. If he's got such a good war chest, he can impress the hell out of me by going to get 10 motel rooms for a night, preferably for the women and the babies. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Give them 2 days. Give the heads 1 day. You see what I'm saying? Okay. All right, because that's just part of being me. Okay, so he should be able to go out there and house 10 individuals that evening or tomorrow evening, you know.
Well, he's an employer. He's a boss. He's a CEO of a nonprofit called Community Works. So he puts people to work.
Really? Oh, then he should be then if he's the CEO, he should be going out there, man, housing 25 people for starters.
Let's carry on.
I just ran for mayor of Denver.
Yeah.
I can show you. Yeah.
I think everybody needs what's owed to them. We gotta make sure that happens. In the world, you don't have the power to, as a mayor, make that happen.
Yeah.
A strong mayor can have power. So my job is to bring people together to solve a lot of the issues.
I said that's not true.
Another question, brother. What are you gonna do specifically for Black people in Aurora, specifically the ones that live in her district, Ward 1?
That's where we're located. We're already doing a lot. That's where we're at.
We're already doing a lot.
Like what?
Okay,
what
then
are you doing?
Okay, what is this Negro talking about? Okay, specifically, what is he doing?
He's gonna reference community work.
You get a haircut, you get the studio.
He got a barbershop. He's saying he got a barbershop.
On Colfax.
It all works.
So I'm asking him where.
I got a black agenda.
Hey, Topaz. Brandy, Topaz.
I got a full black agenda. That is always
Topaz.
We got like,
she's gonna run for city council in Aurora.
So we got to be able to.
She's running for city council in Aurora.
Everybody has a representative.
And he's running for mayor.
We don't have one. It's strong structure. We also got a whole bunch of things for actually Arapahoe County at large. There's a lot of things.
Sorry about that, brother.
fly through.
She lives in one, but she's running for at large.
I'm shy, family.
Yeah, I think, you know,
Everything that
I was up talking about the black agenda. I was like, I got a full black agenda, sir. I'm like waiting for him to say something. And I was like, and I gave him the, you know, the everybody has the representatives, blah 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 blah, the same usual speeches.
or has the largest black population in the state. So
Yeah, 16%. 21 now?
Everybody's voice is represented. We've always been.
You said it's 21% black people in Aurora.
I'm like, what's the statistics
way,
you looking at?
That's better.
Yeah, because we don't even have 10% in Denver. It was horrible running a campaign for Black First Agenda in Denver.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. That everybody's not as codified or they're not ready yet. You gotta bring it to them.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially for our community. It's not everything can't always be as inclusive. You know, sometimes we gotta put the bottom first now. It's in my opinion.
That's why I was like, now if they can be inclusive, because you know, Black family, we've been at the bottom, so I don't even want to hear anything about anybody else. I'm like, nah, we gotta come up. We're gonna push the bottom to the top. That's where I'm going with this, right? And I'm trying to get it out because there's a lot of people walking around, and my mind is everywhere. I'm looking at all these beautiful people and shit, and I'm talking to this motherfucker, and I'm shaking my head on the inside because I have to explain to this brother how we should be inclusive, and as a black man, you should want to see your people come first, ahead, and we, you know, from the
Right.
if we're allegedly at the bottom, air quotes, to come up to the top. You know what I mean?
together, we gotta work together to make it profit.
Work together.
So if it works for you, it's gonna work for everybody.
Well, that's what Kamala Harris said. And then she also said she wasn't going to do anything specifically for black people, too.
Well, that's a different conversation to have.
I know there's no different conversation.
Or a little bit of basic-ness.
I've been in Ward 1 for the last 7 years doing work.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a band together.
I lived in Ward 1 when I was a kid. I used to stay on 16th and Akron.
Okay.
I was like, what?
And I used to stay on 17th and Paris.
Okay. So we're all we gotta really make this work.
Sorry about the video, Black family. The signal out there is real messed
How
up.
about them champions?
Black things, yeah.
Did you move
You can't leave it out.
Nah, she lives in Aurora. I'm still in Denver.
You can't keep leaving black people out. They don't get into the black people out behind the scenes activities. They're not leaving them out because
Hey man, do the Raiders in a
You know, we've been having these.
Say it right, Broncos. Yes, that's the first week of September.
We can't have these like behind the scenes shit. You know, where they're constantly leaving black people out of shit, and then black people want to act like they didn't get the notice, but really, honestly, it's a design that way. And then we just place it to fucking make a scene about the shit. And I'm like, nah, no. If somebody's gonna fight for you, fucking help me fight for you. You know?
They're worried about being paid for. You know?
Yeah.
Are you on the Democratic ticket, right?
Yeah. Why do everybody keep asking me?
Because it's important, I guess, for them. I'm an independent, so it doesn't matter.
No. I'm
Well, the Democrats are under heat because
it is, but
really,
the Democratic Party is under heat.
It's not against you. I'm just saying.
The reason why, I'm telling you why, because the new black media is basically making black people hold the Democratic Party accountable.
Yeah.
And we're basically saying that after 60 years of us voting nothing but Democrat, we haven't got nothing tangible for it. So that's probably why those questions are popping up.
I hear that a lot. I'm like,
yeah, because you know they look at you like, you gotta be with us. Like, we can't be all exclusive anymore.
I think we do because we're the leaders of that.
Yeah, but the all-inclusive,
every movement that ever's been created has started with us, and then we brought everybody into the fold.
Nice shirt, OG.
That's a part of God's work.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
You got
My wife was very impressed with you on the stage.
not my vote.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, y'all put on the forum at the Cleo's.
Yep.
Yes.
Community works.
Yep, community works. Yep.
Yes. I would like to help any way I can. If by the grace or whatever, I get it in there.
I was trying to be cordial because the dude I was sitting next to, if you couldn't tell, I couldn't stand him. Terrence Roberts.
I said that.
You're right. I kept dropping the mic.
I help anybody if it's for the betterment of everything.
I gotta get up out of here. I gotta get somewhere.
Yeah, now you gotta go. You gotta get up out of here. Yeah, you better get the fuck out.
Yes. You got a card?
So you got to raise up out the neighborhood, huh?
Yeah, you gotta get the fuck off the block, cuz.
This is shameful. Like, I like that though. You should love that.
You know, I'm gonna represent the people. I'm a let me call you.
Okay, now
712.
you see, with this typical black political
4169.
mindset,
Look, I can't even look at him because I'm look at my face.
is that
all right? 980.
Yep, not 4445.
Okay, got you.
You got it. All right, take care.
All right, you too.
I saw you.
Okay.
all right? Okay, see, this opportunistic dude right here, Pete,
Yeah, opportunistic.
the point.
Exactly, opportunistic.
Okay, this opportunistic, this opportunistic fool right here is the same type of fool that they came across when the Boers they went into Zambia, when the Portuguese went into Angola, when the British went into Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm getting at, right? This is the fool that they handpicked, saying that represents all of us right now. This is the same fool who goes up there and says, well, you know, you can go get these guys over here, man. You know what I'm saying? We're at war with them niggas. You know what I'm saying? You know. So the European with his filthy, stinking, nasty ass goes up there, come up there to him with some bullshit. Hey, come on over here. You know, get down there in that boat. And the European says, well, you know, man, we got like room for about another one. Let's go get this dumb bastard right here, the one who set it all up for us. You see, so this is for Joe Gibson minded.
Well, he's a legal immigrant.
The panties.
Him and DeSantis, they're both illegal immigrants. Yep.
Yes. And these is for dump supporters. And when I say dump, I mean as in human shit. Okay. See, that fool right there
definitely illegal immigrants.
Just proved, yes, that fool right there has been proving the narrative we've been saying on Frontline Black News ever since we've been in existence. Well, you people sold your own souls on the slippery. No. It was ignorant bastards like that one right there that you all went up there and listened to, gave him some whiskey, threw your white female on him. You know what I'm saying? Got him drunk. Well, you know, we're at war with these guys right here. You know, you go have them. Okay, so let's see. That's 40, 50 of them. Oh, guess what? This slave ship has room for 10 more.
Yeah, in exchange for guns and
alcohol,
trinkets,
and trinkets. Yeah. Now, here's the cold part about it. Okay. Now, here's the cold part about it. So, but all that there was sucker shit. Okay, because they got his ass too. Now, I do believe is that I came across some information. I have to re-verify. This is like about 25 years ago. And I'm an old bastard, you know, I'm not as young as I used to be. But I believe the term SLAT, and see if it's up on Google, that's spelled S as in Sam, L as in Lake, A as in Adam, T as in Thomas, E as in entrance, E as in entrance. And I believe the term SLAT was used for those that went up there and showed the cave dwellers, you know, where we was at. And they came and took his ass as well, too. Let's see. I believe he was referred to as the SLAT.
Yeah, I think that's correct, Shabaka. Spell it again.
Yeah. S. Okay, S as in Sam, L as in Lake, A as in Adam, T as in Thomas, E as in entrance, E as in entrance. And I came across this information more than 25 years ago. I just want to make sure my memory ain't starting to go yet. Yeah, I think I was around your age at the time, Brother Che.
Oh, I think you're spelling it wrong, but I know what you're talking about. It's with a W. Swasti.
Okay.
Swasti.
Okay. But this is the fool that got captured along too. There was quote unquote selling the other one.
Swasti. 20 dusky, dark skinned, black.
Mm-hmm.
Swasti. Dark color. All I keep getting is dark color.
Okay.
Tall, dark, and handsome. That's pretty much where they got that from.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to come across that.
It might mean something different in different countries, but all I keep getting is black or dark skin.
Okay. See, now this is why, you know, when the griots will come down and lecture for 3, 4, 5 days without repeating themselves, and I'm talking about, you know, for the full 72 hours, 96 hours, 120 hours, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, 120 hours is 5 days, right?
Yeah.
And the griot would speak, man, for this length of time without repeating himself. You see? And as Miriam Makeba has stated, is that we keep our history oral. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to being written. Because Europeans always rewrite shit. You see? And then
they're always writing
every file
themselves
element,
into shit that they had nothing to do
yeah,
with.
no, that's what I'm. Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm getting to. Okay, you see, and this is why our people on a collective basis, or particularly in the diaspora, are so fucked up. It's because you would sit up here and they like to listen to elders who's a paid hater, Terrell paid hater, and just like what our brother was saying from New Orleans on his platform, is where he's saying is that a lot of these clowns like that are paid to say this type of bullshit. Okay. I'll give you another example of one who's paid to say this type of shit. O.J. Simpson.
Oh, yeah, O.J. Simpson. Mm-hmm. I ain't black, I'm O.J.
That's precisely the point that I'm getting at right there. And he says this here at the height of the Black empowerment era. You see what I mean? You know, he said that when O.J. Simpson said that bullshit, you know, Matulu and Asada were being set up. You see what I'm saying? You know, and of course our family goes out there to the Shakur family on the transition of Dr. Matulu Shakur, who is the brother of Asada, the Queen Mother. Okay. And her solar return is coming up in July. Okay, the Queen Mother would be 77 this time around. No, I'm sorry, 75. Yeah, she was born 1947. Okay, yeah, she was born 1947. No, 76. I stand corrected. She is 75 now. But her 76 solar return is coming up. And then also, too, I have reached out to a former world boxing contender from Haiti in women's boxing. And I had sent out a request to her to come join us on Shabaka's Black. I'm sorry?
Is it Carissa Shields?
No, sir. Yeah, I would like to meet Clarissa Shields. No, it's not Clarissa Shields. The sister's name is Melissa St. Phil. She just retired from women's boxing, and she's from Haiti. And I had asked her, you know, if she would come on our platform to lecture on the history of Haiti. And she said, sure, she would. So, you know, what we're trying to do over here on this end here, you know, we're trying to make that there happen, you know, as well, too. And also, too, Sister Bianca is more than welcome, you know, to come on and drop knowledge on that there, you know, as well, too. Now, see, the significance of Haiti is this right here. Okay, they did not go out there saying we shall overcome. They did not say, hey, I have a dream. What they did was, to them colonizers, they caused them a nightmare, and they ran their asses up out of there. What they did.
And they took care of their coons.
Oh, yes, sir. And this is why today, you know, that France, you know, keep hitting them with a colonial debt. Now, what's going on in France? You know, Macron, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Fuck France. Okay? Right. They see what I'm saying? Fuck France.
Burn, baby,
burn.
You
know, the French government, yeah,
they
brought
they're
that
going to
shit
do
on
what they do
themselves.
over here. And,
yeah. You see? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, the only thing I liked out of France was a book called The Count of Monte Cristo, written by a black man by the name of Alexander Dumas. Okay? Yeah. If you ever read the Count of Monte Cristo, man, it's a cold book, man. It's a page turn. Only thing I can tell you about that book called The Count of Monte Cristo, it's about a jailbreak, and I'm going to leave it at that.
I read it. All right, fellas, let me play this thing so we get a good little kick out of this. This is about reparations, and this is the whites commenting. Commenting after the task force got through with everything. So I'm gonna play it. It's obviously for Fox News. So
how long is it? Because Shabaka got 12 minutes. Probably after that, Shabaka got to go.
I hear you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Because got to get up to work early in the morning before the sun come out. It's gonna be 109 tomorrow.
Ooh. It's going to be 120 in a couple days.
Yeah, that day I'm taking all the way off.
Ready?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Gutfield, this punk.
Oops. Hold on.
Day, everybody. What a short. Screw everybody. Oh, yeah. Happy Thursday, everybody. What a short week it is. As you probably already know, California has a reparations task force. And what's their task, besides giving government employees something to do between renaming elementary schools after Marxists and handing out syringes? It lets them punish citizens for crimes committed before they were born, against people they don't know, in places most of them have never even been to.
Fuck yourself, you fucking punk.
Employees, something to do. Happy Thursday, everybody. What a short week it is. As you probably already know, California has a reparations task force. And what's their task, besides giving government employees something to do between renaming elementary schools after Marxists and handing out syringes? It lets them punish citizens for crimes committed before they were born, against people they don't know, in places most of them have never even been to. You know, that's like punishing me because in the past, one of my relatives bought a Red Hot Chili Peppers record. I can't be held accountable for every white person's atrocity.
Oh, yes, you can.
The task force just released a report of over 1,000 pages, and it's all about, quote, eliminating disparities. You know, like the one between people who own small businesses and people who loot small businesses. Like between people who use a bathroom and people who pee behind trash cans.
Y'all the inventors of all of that.
Yes. And it's on tape. The main recommendation, of course, is reparations. They want to give up to $1.2 million to each eligible California resident to make up for their ancestors being enslaved in other states. basically replacing policy with Powerball. How in the world would that even work? Where would the money come from? Why should an Asian family that just moved to America be forced to pay for a bad thing that happened 150 years ago? And as you know, origin stories, they can be problematic. Barack Obama, descendant of slave owners.
No, he's not.
Donald Trump,
he is.
not a descendant of slave owners.
He's a goddamn Irish.
John Fetterman, who's he a descendant of?
He's another Irish.
I mean,
they were the niggas of Europe.
You can see how it gets confusing. And I mean, does Joy Behar pay reparations when whatever she descended from no longer exists? Luckily for Hillary Clinton, whomever she descended from is still very, very powerful. But that's just the beginning. The task force has also called on the state legislature to cancel child support debt for Black residents.
Woo! Yes, yeah.
Woo! You're not in California, Tyrus.
I identify.
You only identify when it's convenient.
So does that help? Well, whoever owes the debt, but who does it hurt? Whoever needs that support. If it weren't for white liberals, Black families might actually succeed more. But here's my favorite policy recommendation. I'm just going to read this as is. Quote, law enforcement is frequently tasked with enforcing public disorder offenses, such as illegal camping, public intoxication, disorderly conduct, minor trespass, and my favorite, public urination. Although the subjects of these contacts are often experiencing homelessness, a mental health crisis, or both, the responding officers typically possess neither training nor expertise in working with these vulnerable populations. And this disconnect often results in the use of excessive and sometimes fatal force that falls disproportionately on Black individuals. Given the devastating impacts of this kind of over-policing, they recommend that the legislature prohibit law enforcement from criminally enforcing public disorder infractions and other low-level crimes.
Yeah, you're damn
there you
stupid.
have it. Don't enforce the law because the guy breaking the law might be Black. And boy, that's a lot of unenforced law.
Crime.
And it's weird. All of these ideas to help Black Californians always sound really racist. Forgive child support debt and let people pee on the street. I mean, what liberal came up with these? David Duke? Joe Biden? Hard to tell. Yeah. Meanwhile, if you're just trying to mind your own business, raise a family, or work, you still got to pay taxes. But with the added value of people literally pissing on you. California's been home to a lot of awful things. Earthquakes, fires, the Manson family, 20 seasons of Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Freeze that. We have to bring Charlie Manson up there. May I interrupt on something right there? This is out of California history. Charlie Manson, as Jay Dizzle has said on this platform a few years ago, is that he had advocated a race war where at the height of the Black empowerment era. But we were supposed to win, right? But guess who was supposed to lead us? This son of a bitch. Okay. Yeah. So once again, Gutfeld and Charlie Manson, you know what I'm saying? These are two sides of the same coin.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said.
Straight out.
Enemy.
You see what I'm saying?
This is the enemy.
Out. Gutfeld and Manson are two sides of the same coin. And then I remember, as a child, when the case was going on in Los Angeles, is where Squeaky Fromm, Linda Kasabian, Susan Atkins, I believe, you know, the acid head bras he had in his crew, were sitting right there in front of the criminal courts building, right there on Temple and 2nd Street, talking about that they are waiting, quote unquote, for their father to be free. Now,
that's what they said.
Vincent Bugliosi, who wrote a book called Helter Skelter about the Manson case, right?
Yes.
He sits up there as the prosecutor, and old Charlie Manson comes into the LA County Court one day, and he holds the LA Times up of that edition where Richard Nixon, who was the president at the time, where Tricky said he declares Manson guilty. Okay, so Manson takes the newspaper, goes right in front of the jury box with it. Now, how he's up there in custody of the LA County Sheriff and got that morning's newspapers beyond us, folks. But he stated that we were so ignorant and so dumb that we needed a white man like Charlie Manson to lead the Black Revolution. This is just as asinine as what this cocksucker over here on the right is saying. And yeah, Gutfield, the number that your punk ass can call in is 516-418-5996, and bring Joe Gibson with you. You know what I'm saying? Because I will have a field day with both of you no good bastards, okay? Because you sons of bitches are still benefiting off the revenue that was generated off the slave.
Oh, don't forget.
Because you're always talking about the power of the parlay. So therefore, if you didn't have that initial investment to bring that return, you couldn't boss it up. So you see, Gutfield, this is why you motherfuckers owe the reparation of what you parlay. And then with California's red line, like discriminating against it. Not to mention your murdering ass police agencies that you had out there. Yeah,
not to mention the slaves that were brought to California and didn't know that they were free in California.
Exactly. Brother Isaiah. Yes, sir. Brother Isaiah brought that to my attention. And keep in mind that California is named after Khalifa, who is a black one. You see? So therefore, Gutfield, go get fucked in your ass. You and Ron DeSantis. Yeah, you and the panties. You know what I'm saying?
And Roman noodles. You all need to forget Roman noodles. Don't forget Roman noodles. Throw him right in there.
Oh yeah. You talking about the child molester Roman Polanski, who was a movie director in Los Angeles?
No, I'm talking about that bastard. Yeah, I'm talking about him too, but I'm talking about that bastard Rama Salami, that motherfucker that the male Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy, yeah. And we will appreciate it very, very much, folks. If you OTBs will stay the fuck out of our fucking business, is because the black experience is not yours, and I don't give a damn how many black prostitutes you white tricks went and paid. Okay? You raping, slave trading, pedophile motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's them.
Oh, I can go on and on and on and on and on. And then do keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we at Shabbat's Black Experience Enhanced, which is the division of Frontline Black News in association with the Revolutionary Agenda, we know how to talk sensible and we know how to talk without cussing. But however, our message will not be heard. You see what I'm saying? If we didn't. Fuck this son of a bitch on the right and on the left.
Breaking news, Shabaka. The National Board of the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, voted on Thursday to go on strike, summoning 160,000 members to hit the picket lines. Union official said.
Okay, fuck Hollywood. Let it go bankrupt. You know what I'm saying? Play my video I did from there last year. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Blast that.
Can I continue?
Yes. We were waiting on you to come back.
Slavery was never one of them, and yet they're using that past evil to create a present divide that only the very rich and the very protected can endure. You know the old phrase, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining? The left doesn't even bother to lie anymore. Now they'll just piss on you and call you racist for complaining. All right, let's welcome tonight's guest. Bears play dead around her. Host of the Fox Nation series Luxury Hunting Lodges of America Season 2, Katie Pavlich. He's the only guy who asks how you'd like your terrorists cooked. Former military intelligence analyst Brett Vilikovich.
Major boo.
She's like popcorn, light, salty, and always popping off. Fox News contributor, Cat Tip.
Tomato, tomato.
For him, a big gulp is half a itches.
Very clever.
Yes.
I like
bit of itch.
Yep.
We're rolling with the itches.
Very clever.
Yes.
I like how you did that.
Yes, a little wordplay to start off the Thursday night.
Yeah.
Does this stuff bother you? Because it's like all the it's not just pissing in public. It's like trespassing.
It bothers me in the sense that it's like I'm at a family reunion picnic, and there's those two uncles in the back that do dumb every year, and those are the only ones they put on the family poster. Like the rest of us are doing our part. We work, we pay our taxes, but apparently me getting up and going to the toilet is just too much to ask. So I'll just go.
Yes.
Thank you. It's a poor thing. It's not a black thing. And but it's so easy to make it a black thing when you're trying to accomplish something that's stupid. You put race in front
it
of
has nothing to do with race.
virtue signaling liberal. Oh, well, we need to make
Yeah,
sure
it's nothing to do with race.
I'm not going to a urinal. It is
Yeah, he's being
I mean, how
paid
many
to say
people
this
got killed for
bullshit.
going pee outside during segregation because they weren't allowed to fucking use the restroom because they're
Ouch.
white?
Ouch.
Yeah,
Ouch.
that
Yeah,
part.
good one, Lady J. Good
That's
one.
the
That
whole
part.
point.
Ouch.
And it's been like that ever
Ouch.
since. You know what I mean? Like how many
Ouch.
motherfuckers
Yes,
got
ma'am.
used the fucking
It's
white
been like
only
that for
bathroom?
FBA ever
Yeah.
since. It hasn't been like
Yeah.
that for
Ouch.
all
Good one.
black people.
No, we're just talking about
But
it's hard for them
he's
to
trying to make it
decipher.
seem like
But I was
we're a
saying
monolith and we all come from the same lineage and we all had the same experience. And no.
No, we're
Which
talking.
is
Okay, so I
bullshit.
wasn't even referring to that way. I was referring to just since we got to split it up with FBA, black immigrants, whatever. But I was during the time of fucking segregation when it was really fucking whites only, white restrooms only.
Yeah, if you were anything but white, you had to use the
You had
color,
nowhere to go,
whatever.
and if you got caught,
Yeah.
you suffered the fucking hands of fucking detriment.
Yeah.
So what the fuck
Yes,
are they
ma'am.
talking
You
about? I
are.
was so fucking upset. I was like, are you serious? They're talking about like it's right now because everybody's fucking unhoused, and that's due to that shit they the government anyway. But they're talking they didn't take it back to the harms. This goes under harms. You see what I'm saying? They're not saying it like the way it was. Motherfuckers couldn't use the restroom. You couldn't even go in the fucking front door.
No.
So he
Not
was like,
not during Jim Crow, no.
no, the fact that this shit is
Yeah,
like
exactly.
a
And
game.
keep
It's
in
not-
mind, and in the city of Los Angeles, you couldn't do it prior to 1964. Take your black ass up there to Hollywood prior to 1964. Okay? That's in California. And Hollywood is a section of the city of Los Angeles. And the ones who was whooping your ass for being black in Hollywood, not being somebody's maid, not being somebody's butler, was the Hollywood division of the Los Angeles Police Department. You know, the ones that'll make a king out of you, as in Rodney King, you know what I'm saying? And then
That was clever. That was
oh
clever.
yeah, and then not to
So
mention
they got the token
yes,
Negro. Let's analyze this real quick.
Oh, yeah.
They got their token Negro.
yeah, this clown's name is Tyrus.
Yeah, they got their token Negro.
Tyrus, he's not
Yeah.
black. Tyrus?
Lady Chet.
They got their token Negro.
Lady Chet.
What?
He qualifies for the auction block, okay?
Oh,
He
he's a
qualifies.
hybrid, right? He's a high yellow hybrid.
Yeah.
He's a hybrid.
One of his parents
What
is
it is,
black.
though, yeah, but he still qualified for the auction block. See, this is what this dumb bastard don't realize.
They got the
You see what I
whitest
mean?
hybrid to tokenize.
They got their token.
And he's being paid to say this bullshit, just like Elders and Leo Terrell, just like our man down there in New Orleans who said it, and the brother's more than welcome to come back and get what
He look like
pointed
damn
out.
Hodge twins. They getting paid
Well,
to
the
say the
Hodge
bullshit
twins
they
are
be
much
saying.
more blacker than this, even though they're on some other shit. Like, you could tell those
Okay,
are
but
brothers. What is the what? I like. I'm just.
well, see, the thing is that you got to keep in mind. Okay, the thing is you got to keep in mind is that this Negro right here. Okay, this is how Malcolm had looked, except Malcolm had red hair. That's why they used to call him Detroit Red in his hustling days. Okay, and as Malcolm had stated so well in his autobiography, okay, is that I believe it was his mother's side of the family, where where one of Malcolm's ancestors, was raped by white men. You see what I mean? So that's where the contamination comes from.
Yeah, he's a product of that, but he ain't gonna admit to that.
Hey, I
No. And the part that, and also two people. Now here's the part that is so very, very funny. Okay, is that see, Gutfield does not want to recognize Dr. Newton's education, Dr. Newton's sacrifice, and what did Dr. Newton said? And he started in California in 1966. Point number 7, an immediate end to police brutality and the murder of unarmed Black people. And William H. Parker, just like Charles Gans, I would imagine, had brought a lot of their officers from the South. Okay. I know
still
the
to this day, they do a lot of recruiting.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this is where your Mark Furmans come from. And then also, too, that crew they had up there in Oakland, I read about when I was living in Los Angeles in the 90s, the Oakland Rioters, which was a bunch of white police officers who got drunk one night in a bar, went up against some brothers. The brothers whooped their asses, and then they go out there, run their license plates and went to their homes and vandalized them. Mm-hmm. So old Tyrus right here, he's being paid to say this bullshit. In other words, he's a typical classic sellout. Gutfield, you and Ryan the Panties go fuck each other in the ass. And I'm making it plain.
Yeah. That's pretty plain.
And either one of you punks are welcome to call in at 516-418-5996. You can call us tomorrow morning. You can call us in a few hours on Grand Ride. See? And we still waiting on you Biden supporters. And we understand you've been had. We understand you've been hoodwinked. We understand you've been bamboozled. The thing that we're mad at you with, we ain't mad at you. We feel sorry for your asses for being so stupid. Nah, I'm rich.
All right, let's carry on.
There's a cake in there. I hope the poor things didn't eat it.
Yes.
Because they can't do anything without us. They'd be lost. So you laugh because it's
yellow
true.
Cake.
Yeah, they just sit around. Don't touch that yellow cake, Gutfield. But you guys need to watch more Chappelle. See, that's the problem. But that's the ugliness of it. If you put black in front of it, everyone's like, oh, well, we have to do it. It's insulting. The only thing that I would even merely consider was forgiving child support. Although, because it'd be nice to be able to put my money towards my kids where I'd want it to be.
Right.
Besides paying for the University of Phoenix to their new lover.
Yeah.
That was very specific.
Was it? For the kids. But it would be nice. That I would be nice. But other than that, it's insulting.
Katie, do you find the urination law sexist? It's really about men. It's not like a lot of women urinate in public, as far as my cameras show.
I mean, I think it depends on which state you're in.
Yes,
California.
literally, metaphorically.
Last time I was in California, I watched a man sucking on his own toe on the beach for a very, very long time.
Glad you said toe.
And believe me, I wanted to make sure he had pants on, so that was a good thing.
He was sucking on his own toe?
His own toe for a long time. And,
maybe he was stressed out.
There was something happening. But if public urination is going to be legal as if it's not already in California, I just kept thinking about how dirty that toe really was. Pretty gross. So this is why people are leaving California.
And this is why this show is moving to 10 p.m. Because we need to get this kind of subject matter earlier on. So we're on at 7 o'clock in California when you're enjoying your Polish sausage. Why would that get applause?
I don't know.
Are there Polish people
I think
here?
it had to do with the toe joke.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
What do you make of this whole business?
Funny guy.
Associating
telemetry out of this
basically
chat
like
room.
behavior with reparations makes no sense to me.
No,
I think
we're
this
the only ones
reparations
that
task
send
force is a bit
that.
of a scam. Like, I hope people like realize it's such a joke. Like, what does this urination law even have to do with slavery, which is like what the original, intention for this reparations task force. That's the whole reason it was there, to do that. And it's just absurd. Like, the best part about it is they're actually saying that people are going, if you're going to get prosecuted for urinating in public, people owe you money. So now we're like funding bad behavior. We're funding criminality. It's just absurd.
Well, it's funny though, because Kat, you have sold your urine before.
Not yet.
Not yet. No, actually, I've bought urine
don't
whenever I have a drug test.
Well, maybe this is a new sport.
Yes.
Pissing contest in
Yes,
California. They can raise money.
Yeah, squirt.
It's already at Freak Show. You might as well.
This is a really odd
Black
topic.
family, how they insulting us right here.
I don't think they're doing any
See how they
tasks.
insulting
Yeah.
I
us
think they're
right
just
here.
trying to like outlive each other. Because nobody thinks this.
Yeah.
Nobody's walking around California like, you know what the problem is? The peeing policy. It's too strict.
Yeah. Yes.
You know what I mean? That's why people don't campaign on it. When Newsom was facing recall, he wasn't like, vote for Gavin Newsom, pee wherever. And New York, I don't know if you've been outside in the summer. It seems to be there's quite a bit of pee on the streets.
Yes.
We don't advertise that in tourism ads. Like,
No.
come to New York and pee on it. You know, the city that never sleeps or cares where you're peeing. Like, nobody wants this.
Yeah.
And nobody is. It's just shocking to even see that they're pretending to want this, which again, they're not doing tasks. They're sitting around talking all day about stuff that nobody wants. It doesn't do anybody any good.
Yeah.
It's racist. I just thought of that. Just come to New York. We promise all the blacks pee outside. The bathroom's yours.
Yeah, this
That's
shit is
racist.
funny when he said that right there. Like, they don't have
I
no
missed that
idea
part of
what the
MLK's speech.
Yes. I have a dream.
Okay.
And it's
Another
also a
insult
reminder of
to it.
slavery, because I'm pretty sure we didn't get bathroom breaks.
That's right.
Man, this is
Yes.
Okay, you see.
All right.
Before
we go, tickets are available for my book
Yeah,
tour with
and
special
they're
guest
token is
Tom
laughing all
They
over.
think we're, they think we're a joke,
Shaluich.
Black family.
We'll be in Clearwater, Fort
That's what I'm
Myers,
saying.
Providence, that's in Rhode Island,
at some
and
point, they're
Reading,
like,
Pennsylvania, home of the. Meanwhile, if you're just trying to mind your own business, raise a family, or work, you still got to pay taxes, but with the added value of people literally pissing on you. California's been home to a lot of awful things. Earth create a present divide that only the very rich and the very complaining. All right, let's welcome tonight's guests. Lodges of America. Chris Cook, always popping off.
Because I was trying to
is
show you
half
guys
a big
something
gulp.
before.
My massive.
I want y'all to hear what they call this.
You got Pavlich and Vilakanovich. We're rolling with the itches.
very clever.
Yes.
I like how you did that.
Yes, a little wordplay to start off the
way these
Thursday
bars are
night.
saying-
Does this stuff bother you? Because it's like all the it's not just pissing in public. It's like trespassing.
It bothers me, and those are the only ones they put on. But apparently, me getting up and going to the toilet is a thing. And average virtue signaling liberal. Oh well, we need to make sure that the poor things didn't need us.
Yes.
Because they can't do anything without us. They'd be lost. So you laugh. That's more Chappelle. See, that's the problem. Of it, if you put black in front of it, everyone because it'd be nice to be able. It's where I'd want it to be.
As far as my cameras show.
I mean, I think it depends on which state you're in for a very, very long time.
Glad you said so.
And believe me, I wanted to make sure he had pants on, so that was a good.
What they call it? They were really adamant, about that this was stupid and I don't know what else, but the way they were talking about us was like when I posted it on my Facebook page, I was like, dude, they're really serious. They really think that we are fucking stupid for what we're doing. And I can't believe it's not showing up right now, but like maybe I missed it because I think there was like 2 of these. But go ahead, your thoughts real quick before I get to the other things.
My thoughts are know thy enemy. That's what the enemy is saying. Study thy enemy. That's what they're saying. They were saying that if you go roll back the footage 100 years ago, if you were to roll back the footage 200 years ago, if there was footage back then, you would see they would still be saying the same thing. The same ones that oppose ending slavery are the same ones that oppose reparations today. They think it's just a fantasy,
absolutely,
a Powerball. And even though they want to acknowledge the fact that the only reason why there is a Powerball or a Mega Millions or any other number running games is because of foundational Black Americans. But they're so ignorant. And then when the broad said, I didn't hear this in MLK's speech, I had a dream speech. That's the only one they like to bring up because it says, do not judge a man by the content of color of his skin, but by the content of his character. No, he had many other speeches. It shows how ignorant these people are, but these are the people that are supposed to be the standard, and you're supposed to listen to them. You're supposed to follow what they say. And it's bullshit.
Yes, and this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. Because you got a whole lot of these brain dead motherfuckers out here that's real bad. And then that house nigga sitting up there proves the brain death right there.
Yep.
And then, like the judge, like brother is saying right here, the judge dismisses the Tulsa massacre.
Yeah, let's get into it, fellas, because
rejects it.
You know, let
and I have to go.
All right.
Yeah, I have to go.
It's already 1 o'clock in the morning, like you said. It's midnight where he's at.
All right, then.
But my thoughts on it is that judge is racist as hell. She needs to be debarred.
I haven't even got to
I've already looked into it. So the judge is racist as hell. She needs to be debarred. And they need to go ahead and appeal this and take it to another jurisdiction in the state, if they can, or find another judge to represent this, because that is not an impartial judge. The judge is very partial and very racist and biased. You have to look into her history and her voting record. It will prove all of that. So I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed. I actually made a whole post about it. I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. They do not want to pay for their atrocities. This is just one of many examples of them not wanting to pay for their atrocities they have brought against our people. But we're going to continue to hold their pale ass feet to the fire to pay what the hell they owe.
And just like Brobart, the senator, who had said that.
Yeah, that's our.
She's
a representative.
Yeah, what she was saying is trying to use Dr. King's words against affirmative action. You see what I'm saying?
Well, affirmative action didn't even benefit us.
Right, exactly. It benefited white women.
Yeah, what is she? A white woman.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. You see. And then another thing, and as a black man here in America, I don't dig these other groups coming up to me and my people telling us of how we should feel about atrocities against us, like Joe Gibbs. Gonna say, well, what happened there. Hold on. But he's gonna say, well, look what happened with the Persians and the Greeks and man, we don't care about no Greeks and no Romans, man. Them was fuck boys. Okay, on our continent, we place great emphasis on procreation, and that there only happens between a union between a man and a woman. All that fag shit, that came from you fuck boys up in Greece. Then you come down there to Kemet and start renaming every goddamn thing. And then here's a question, like the heavyweight champion said in 1974. We ain't brothers. Brothers don't take their brothers and put them up there and cut off their private parts and put it in their mouth and hang them from trees. Brothers don't do that. And you could pull up Ali on that circa 1974. He said this before the fight in Zaire. Okay, I remember when he said it on the news. You see, and you ass scratchers like Tyrus, Elders, and who's the other fool? Leo Terrell. But as our brother down there in New Orleans said, that they are being paid to do this. This is the sellout. You see what I'm saying? And this is why we appreciate Sister Harriet Tubman when she laid that street sweeper out and said, when big old fool, oh, Mr. Harriet, we can't leave, you know, Matt's gonna be so bad. And Harriet will lay out the street sweeper, cock both barrels, and says, fool, you either gonna be dead or you're gonna be free. And you got like about 30 seconds to make up your fucking mind. And after 10 seconds, that's too long. Right. See, so, and that's another thing for the reparations was not so much the physical bondage, but the mental bondage, the self-hatred, the fear, you see, the extortion. You see what I'm saying? The buck breaking, the violation of our women. Yeah. And then, of course, the white woman that go up there and tell the black man, well, if the black man didn't fuck her, she would yell rape. So the brother was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Yep. And Candace Owens, and she doesn't. Yeah. And Gutfeld, you know, he doesn't address those issues. You see, but we'll get with Gutfeld some more. Okay, and in fact, we're gonna start tagging Gutfeld. Yeah, we're gonna start hashtagging this punk ass.
Yeah, hashtag him and that goddamn Tucker the Sucker and all the rest of them suspected, because the code says to call them suspected white supremacists, and they're all suspected white supremacists. Absolutely. They'll prove otherwise.
Oh yes, sir, absolutely. And this is why black men and black women, we are all we got. And assholes like Gutfeld, you know, prove that point. Kamala Harris proves that point. That we are all we got. Or what she does against our people. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So therefore, ladies and gentlemen,
later on.
Yeah, see you tomorrow on Grand Rising with Shabaka.
Yes, thank you, Shabaka.
All right.
Thank you. Sleep
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Okay, see y'all tomorrow on Grand Rising with Shabaka. Okay, yes, 8 a.m. in the Pacific and 11 a.m. there on the East Coast. All right, the number to call in is 516-418-5996 at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. And we still waiting on you Biden supporters. You know what I'm saying? You know, no, that there's on Friday. You got call in, press 1 on Tuesday, Friday.
I change it.
Grand Rises with Shabaka on Friday, every Friday. And Shabaka's
8 a.m.
in
the Pacific.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And Gutfeld, you got an open invitation to call in, man. And if you don't call in Gutfeld, we understand why, because you ain't going to be able to handle the heat. Yes, it's because we would have piped your ass down, man, after your third sentence on that garbage you were saying. But we'll let you talk. But you're going to be respectful, you know, just like Joe Gibson. He can call in,
Nick Fortes, you can call in too. All you little storm front, 4chan suspected white supremacists, call on up.
Yeah, give us a call.
Agent Clippers and all that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and we'll be happy to roast you.
Trying to get Bianca on here. 9 a.m. Mountain.
Okay. Okay, yeah, it's 9 a.m. Mountain Time, Lady Trey.
All right.
Well, and Ms. Bianca's always welcome to call in.
She just sent me something.
Yeah, and I know she has her hands full. She has a busy schedule.
Well, she's up right now. Okay.
Okay. And Joe Gibson, if you know our number, Joe, you can call in, have your whole crew call in, because the only thing we're gonna do, man, is humiliate you guys again. Because after all, we've researched our work for 400 years.
Right? 155.
Yes, sir. All right. Okay. Night, y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Okay, so about to have a good night.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks for having me.
I'm going to change this us. Unless Sister Bianca get on. So I'm going to play the video. I could probably give it 30 minutes.
Okay. All right, let's get to it, family. Real quick, I was the whole point of me showing you all that was because it was really important. I felt like anything that I'm covering right now, yeah, maybe I'm covered on another broadcast, but I haven't had a chance to really discuss it or go over it or think about it because, like I said, I've been going through some things, serious things, and it's been hard for me to even tap in on Frontline Black News. So it's been difficult. So whatever's been covered, I'm just fine. I'm not discovering it. We're just going through it right now over here at the Revolutionary Agenda. So, and that little previous thing, I was really disgusted. So I felt like, when you listen to the words and how they're discussing things, it's very, very disruptive and very disrespectful. So
it's very disrespectful and very condescending, and it's just, but this is how they talk. It's the enemy.
Massacre reparations lawsuit that was expected to go forward. Let's put up the picture full mass. I would give you the about face of this judge. Oklahoma judge has now dismissed a lawsuit seeking reparations. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, a lawsuit was filed, if you remember, back in 2021 by the remaining survivors, Viola Fletcher, Leslie Benefield Randall, and Hughes Van Ellis. They targeted the Board of County Commissioners, Tulsa Metropolitan Area Planning Commission, the County Sheriff Office, along with the Oklahoma Military Department, Tulsa Chamber, and the Tulsa Development Authority. They were children when the massacre occurred over 100 years ago today. Let's keep that picture up because I want to remind everyone, this was in fact a terrorist attack. Call it a massacre. I've heard other people call it a riot. There's no riot when one side has all of the weapons, all of the advantages, and all of the law to support them and protect them. But they did, because they decided to engage in acts of domestic terrorism and coordinated with official authorities of government to do so, to cover it up. These are the survivors of that attack. They were children when it happened. Let me give you background on the case. According to a 2001 report by a state-sponsored commission, the terrorist attack erupted May 31st, 1921, after a white mob attempted to hang a 19-year-old black teenager shoe shiner named Dick Rowland. Rowland had been riding in an elevator with a white teenager named Sarah Page, who reportedly screamed, resulting in a white mob falsely accusing Rowland of sexual assault. As tensions escalated, black residents of Greenwood went to the court to defend the shoe shiner, but they were outnumbered by their white counterparts. The next day, June 1st, 1921, the black neighborhood endured 24 hours of looting and arson at the hands of white rioters. Now, I want to pause on this point just for a quick second. Back then, if you were a black business owner and you were required to have insurance, insurance companies would specifically disallow any claim based on a racial attack, be it a riot or something like this, which is terrorism, okay? They refuse to cover it. There's more. We just heard people running and screaming and could smell smoke, seeing houses burning and people getting shot, falling dead, said Fletcher, one of the survivors, now 109 years old, told CNN. She continued saying, quote, in every direction you look, really there was something going on and we always wondered why. Nobody had time to tell. Legal action seeking justice and accountability. The remaining survivors sought to establish a dedicated fund for victims and their descendants, seeking redress for the racial attacks that ravaged the Greenwood district in 1921, resulting in the death of 300 people and the destruction of a thriving black community. The aftermath of this attack left damages accounting to tens of millions of dollars in today's currency, eradicating generational wealth within the once affluent neighborhood. The victims also demanded an official acknowledgement from the defendants that the massacre constituted a public nuisance under the Oklahoma state law, affecting the former black residents of the Greenwood district and the offspring. They claimed the city and insurance companies failed to compensate them for their losses. And the city officials actively hindered efforts to rebuild their community. And as a result, the riot destroyed the economic standing. Let me give you the damages. As determined by the commission's findings, the estimated total cost of the damages adjusted for today's value is $27 million. The report also indicates that over 1,250 homes and 2 hospitals were destroyed, leaving a scorched path of racial violence encompassing 35 blocks. And what they don't mention is the psychological damage that it did beyond that moment that continues today in the body of a 109-year-old woman that just got denied her opportunity at justice before passing on. The defendants' argument. The defendants argue that some plaintiffs had not directly proved they suffered because of the massacre and that the court could not provide redress for the alleged damages. Additionally, the U.S. Court Judge James O. Ellison had previously ruled in 2004 that the victims were ineligible for reparations due to the considerable time that had elapsed since the massacre occurred, even though people who went through it are still living.
Right.
And adversely affected
There's no statute
to
of
this day.
limitations.
Damn shame. But this is the country we're in today.
Statute of limitations.
So when anyone champions a policy that is also supported by people like Ron DeSantis, you need to check yourself. Jeff, thoughts?
I want to remind people that Viola Ford Fletcher, the oldest living survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre, wrote a book called Don't Let Them Bury My Story, which is so appropriate, yet so layered of a title, because as we know, 102 years after this massacre, there are still black people in their history buried under Oklahoma soil right now. And as you said, the distress, the damage lived on forever. So I don't understand. I don't even know what else to say about how horrible of a decision this is. Like, this is awful. But we also know that Tulsa wasn't the only city in America that this was done to.
That's
I mean, the moon bombing in Philadelphia, my word, that was only, 30-something years ago. So, horrible decision.
Yeah, according to some narratives, some books have come out, you had hundreds of these destructive, dangerous mobs all over America coming after black cities that were thriving. And I will say this in closing about the story. I don't think this is over. This is something that obviously Democrats should speak to. This should be at the highest level of government to articulate why this is important, why this is a tragedy, why this ruling is wrong, and what can we do about it. That's not being said. It needs to be quickly.
Thoughts, Jesse, real quick?
Like I said before you played the video, they need to be compensated. Cut the goddamn check. My godmother is just barely old enough to even remember this. She's not even old enough to have witnessed it, but she's a descendant of it, and she's from Tulsa, Oklahoma, so she knows very well what went down. She heard the stories as a little girl, and her family was not compensated for what happened. Like, it's a lot of people that just have descendants that went through this, and they have not been compensated for it. And they keep talking about it was that long ago. There's still people that are around from then. Like they said, they listed 3 of the survivors. There's actually a 4th because there's one that actually stays here in Denver. His full name escapes me right now. But when I did that meeting, community potluck at Kappa 2 Towers, he was in attendance. They have not been compensated. They keep talking about it was that long ago. These people are still living. Still people from the Tulsa. And the thing about Tulsa is this is one of many. And that was just a neighborhood. They burned whole cities, whole black towns to the ground. White mobs, KKK, Ku Klux Klan members, Knights of Columbus, all that, the Night Riders, all that. There were thousands of black towns that got burnt to the ground. Got whole rivers or whole lakes put on top of them. Like Rainier, it's so many. There's really so many. The bottom line is cut the goddamn check. You Democrats, y'all need to definitely look into this and get justice and compensation for the descendants of the Tulsa race riot, massacre, terrorist attack. It was really a terrorist attack. And that was actually the first city that the U.S. bombed from the air. They dropped sticks of TNT onto the Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma. The U.S. military did this. So they're all complicit. The government's complicit. The law enforcement in the area is complicit. I remember years back, the law enforcement talking about, oh, you can't blame us for what happened then. Where are we going to get the money from? Y'all know goddamn well where you going to get the money from. Stop playing with us. Cut the goddamn check. You know what you did. You know what you continue to do. Cut the goddamn check. You're not going to be able to bury this story like you tried to bury so many others. Because like I said, there's numerous accounts of this all over the country of them destroying whole black towns. And they did not compensate the residents of those towns still to this day. So yeah, just cut the goddamn check. That's all I gotta say.
Fuck, man, this shit just I guess when you read it in print, it's definitely more impactful when you read it out loud or you read it in print. I mean, hearing it is always one thing, seeing it's another. Then when you read it, the reading is more, for me, is more impactful. I wanted to show you guys something funny, and so I'm trying to pull that up right now, but just because I was in the mood. But that shit right there was quite upsetting, and it just shows that this is how they feel. This is what they think. This is how they are going to behave about it. They don't think that they are to be held accountable. They don't think that deserve to have redress. They don't deserve that. We don't deserve reparations. We don't deserve anything except to keep getting abused, fucking killed, and whatever else. Um, and that's the the major atrocity, and that's just keep adding to the fucking list of things that they're gonna owe for. The more they keep doing, the worse it's gonna get. You know what I mean? I just find it. I just reading it was really disturbing and fucking disgusting. And there's a special place in hell for everybody that fucking enables this type of nonsense. This is wrong, all fucking wrong. That was all wrong. I was all wrong, so wrong. I can't even fathom. That was horrible. Posted something today. It was kind of fucking I just can't remember. Was it on YouTube or nah? Go ahead, Jesse. You want to talk about something real quick? Anything real fast? I just need like 2 minutes. 2 minutes of just anything. What do you think about my run for city council?
I mean, I applaud it. I support it wholeheartedly. I just pray you have better results than I did. It's a lot to take on. People think running for office is easy. It's nothing easy or fun about it. It's really gotta have a calling to do this.
It's definitely fucking. It's definitely hard. Definitely. I don't think that there's anything. I don't think there's anything easy about it. No matter what anybody tries to do, as long as they try to keep, going under. All right, here we go. As far as everybody's concerned, there's nothing really that it's not good. It's not fucking good. It's hard work. It's fucking hard work. Super hard work. Super hard work. And I don't know, like, me, because I'm like creeping under the radar on purpose. It's not easy, that's for sure. All right, look, I gotta show you guys something funny, like 2 funny things. Well, not this one isn't really as funny as the one I'm looking for, but this is definitely something we could. Is it showing on the? It's showing, right? Okay. Hold on 1 second, okay? Something I wanted to show you guys because I thought it was interesting, actually. Let's see. Let's go over here. Here we go. Oops. Wait. My fault, family. My fault. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right thing. Going back and forth. Oops, sorry guys.
Outrage from Americans over her shocking remarks on the state Senate floor. This Democrat's fiery response about the spread of crime from big cities to quiet suburbs.
It would be nice sometimes when some of these policies are made, if some of the people that were being directly impacted were being brought to the table. Because to say that these additional police are needed because crime is spilling out into the suburbs, what about these babies who are being lost right in their own cities, the suburbs? Because they don't know a thing about how life is in the city.
Kaylee, there are multiple issues with that.
Yeah, first, the crassness. Second, this is a basket of deplorables moment. We're just going to cast away part of society. We're constituents, we're Americans.
They've been doing it to us for 400 years. What are you talking about?
Suburban women are a powerhouse voting bloc. You could make the argument, as Brookings Institute does. I don't know if I entirely agree with them, but it's a good point. Biden's victory came from the suburbs. Okay, so this suburban women cohort that we on the right will try to court, you're just going to toss them aside, F the suburbs, go with that. See how it works out.
First of all,
history
lesson.
She's underscoring the point that those in the
You
suburbs
gotta
are
pause this so I can get a history lesson.
crime is unacceptable and every life is equal. And she's doing it in a manner that undermines the decorum.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's a history lesson.
I want to just highlight I wanted to highlight how these broads are talking about this history. But go ahead. Go ahead.
They're doing what white supremacists do. The suburbs were created, Black family, after the Great Migration, when millions, upwards of 4 million Black households, families, migrated from the South to the North and started living in the inner cities of a lot of these major cities. So what the white supremacists did in their ilk is they moved out to these communities, started these other communities, called them suburbs, outside of the city center. And that's where they took all the wealth to, suburbs. So they left the poverty in the inner city. This is where we get the ghettos and the projects and all that shit from. That's all I have to say on that. Because they're so ignorant, they don't even know where the fucking suburbs came from. And I agree with the sister, like, F the suburbs. They don't have no idea what the hell we're going through in the inner city, in these city cores, and they could care less because the whole purpose of them creating the suburbs was so they didn't have to deal with what we were dealing with. And they could have their own little white enclaves like they had originally in the inner city, which is why they had us redlined to certain areas of the city, because outside of those areas, they were building capital, accumulating wealth, and passing that on to the next generation. The next generation, they took that wealth and went. They had the white flight. They called it white flight. They fled the inner cities of all the major cities and set these suburbs up with these all white enclaves.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely right about this. Like, just listen to how these. My thing is about how these broads talk about this sister, like, and they get away with it, and it's really wrong. Like, my thing was like, damn, the fucking audacity.
And the sanctity of our elected government, unfortunately, undermines the decorum and the sanctity equal. And she's doing it in a she's underscoring the point that those in the suburbs are articulating, which is that crime is unacceptable and every life is equal. And she's doing it in a manner that undermines the decorum and the sanctity of our elected government, unfortunately undermining any type of credibility she has.
That's why white lives matter. And this is an Asian chick or this is a white girl? This is white lives matter. She's literally proving that right there. She keeps talking about...
That's exactly right. I mean, crime is crime wherever it is, and policies need to be enacted that protects people from crime. But unfortunately, what you're seeing in the subtext of what you're saying is a lot of the...
If crime is crime, and England sent its criminals over to this country to supposedly found it and discover it, that crime is crime, right? So they should be prosecuted for the crimes and the atrocities that they brought to the Aboriginal people, the indigenous people of this land. They should, yeah, so crime is crime. Yeah, so yeah, they need to be prosecuted. And since you're a descendant of that, you need to be prosecuted as well. So we should lock y'all all up since crime is crime. Or it's only crime when you feel like it's crime.
Well, it's obviously
or
white.
When you say it's crime. So I'm white and I say so.
It's white when they say so. So I mean, this let me get to the video, man. Like, it's important. Let me just get to the video because it's very important how they dialogue this system.
policies that are being enacted by these so-called progressive prosecutors.
Jesse.
Right, going soft on dangerous felons or dangerous criminals for restorative purposes. Well, where does that spill over to? It spills over into the suburbs because ultimately it's a soft target, right? Criminals aren't going to go find some, wealthy estate protected by dozens of security cameras to go rob TVs or do whatever. They're going to go to the suburbs where there are less police officers, where there's less law enforcement than there may be in the city or there may be in private residences that are protected. So this is dangerous. It is a dangerous statement. It is a dangerous sentiment, and crime is spilling into the suburbs because of the policies that these kind of lawmakers support, which is let's go easy on everybody for restorative purposes.
And to draw out Kaylee's point a little further, Julie, the lack of the intellectual caliber there, because the suburbs could say the same thing to the cities. And given that many of those urban cities experiencing rot, they're not the capital. And the whole point is that in suburbia is where the tax base is higher. And it's from the capital that the funds flow to protect the city. So go ahead, start this bidding war, because believe me, if the suburbans take their tax dollars elsewhere, then all that's going to suffer is yet again the urbanites.
First of all, not only is this counterproductive to the values of the senator's constituents, this is also completely ignorant. Why? During the pandemic, how many people actually moved out of cities, just like myself, into the suburbs? I never thought it'd be it, but I am a suburban mom, and there are many suburban moms out there that did move out of the city, and we do know what the city's all about. That's the whole reason why.
Like, really, that's like a whole lynching campaign without being the lynching campaign, you know what I mean? Let's see how they're talking about this sister, like, go ahead and do this. Go ahead and do that. We'll just do this. You know what I mean?
Why we moved out. So we know very well the crime situation in our cities.
Suburban moms' opinions matter.
And don't you dare insult the intelligence of suburban moms or suburban dads, suburbanites.
Basically, suburbans are much smarter than urbanites.
Period.
I
mean, it's an insult to the American people and of all citizens, whether you live in the city or the suburbs.
Doctor, why is it okay to use blasphemy and that kind of language on the Senate floor? Why is all of a sudden why are people in hoodies? Why is there an evolution of decorum too? All it does is undermine the credibility.
Absolutely. We've lost our class and our integrity. And Senator Pottymouth here.
Senator Pottymouth.
You have no integrity.
What class?
You've never had class or integrity.
The class has been fucking degrading black people forever.
She said class and integrity. Y'all have no integrity.
Integrity is fucking like I don't even think they really know what the real understanding is of integrity. Let alone
they have no idea. They're just saying whatever they think their viewers want to hear. It's that same bullshit narrative. And they think if they just keep repeating it over and over and over and over and over and over again, it's going to catch on and people are going to take it as the gospel truth. No. That's why we have the no black media to debunk all of this bullshit they're saying.
Because they're basically shaming this sister.
No, they're not just shaming her. That's what they're not.
They're not just shaming her. Brandy. You're not hearing what I'm saying.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, Lady Cherry, and I'm getting frustrated. So
I know,
look,
but it's not your program.
I know, and I'm about to get off. I just want to end
go
up.
ahead, man. Can I get a thought in edgewise of what I'm trying to show people?
You want my thoughts, right?
Go ahead, just
so let me give my thoughts. She is literally, and the rest of them hens are up there spouting that same bullshit narrative that the new black media is debunking. That's why we have the new black media, so we can debunk this bullshit right here. Like, this is that same old good old boy, good old girl rhetoric that is not gaining traction except with that segment of the population. So they're just telling their viewers what they want them what they think that they want to hear. And it's like, no. And they're using this sister as a proxy for all black people. They're not just singling her out. They're using her as a proxy for all Black people, especially foundational Black Americans. I believe the sister is a foundational Black American. They're using her as a proxy for all of us. Say, no, look, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're classless. You have no integrity. The caudacity. Y'all don't have no integrity, because if you had integrity, you wouldn't have done none of the horrendous shit that you have done and continue to do. And you have no class. You have none of that. That Caucasoid, especially American Caucasoid, you have no class at all. We have to civilize you, not the other way around. And on that note, thank you for having me on the RBA, Lady Che. Make sure y'all check us out later on this morning, because it's now the morning, for Grand Rises with Shabaka at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Time, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, and 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm just going to close with this. Peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Cut the goddamn check. Every time these pale faces open up their mouth to say something to you, say, cut the goddamn check. So, on that note,
thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
Sleep well. Thank you for joining us at the RBA. And have a good night. Jess Paris, Brother Che, and Kruma. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Brother Shabaka, as well. And till next time, I guess, stay Black and dangerous. Okay, now, family, let's get back into it. I'm going to rewind this track a little bit, because I wanted y'all to hear how this white lady was basically being a degenerate, in my opinion. I didn't like how they were talking about this sister. I really didn't at all, like, whatsoever. 1 second here. One second. I need to adjust this real quick. Okay, let's see. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. I'll fix it. I think I can fix it. There we go. All right. Let me fix this real fast. Yeah, I didn't like how they were doing this lady at all. So I just felt like we should talk about it, or we should at least see it, because this is how they think about us, ladies. When we have something to say, they really think that we're ignorant and whatever else they wanted to promote. So I'm gonna get into that real quick. Let me get over here real fast so I can get back over there.
All it does is undermine the credibility.
Absolutely. We've lost our class and our integrity. And Senator Pottymouth here, I think she needs to understand that the reason why the crime is spreading to the suburbs is because these criminals are not being held accountable. They're not afraid. They'll do whatever they want because they know that they'll get out within 24 hours on no bail. And that's why there's a high rate of recidivism. So until we see new leadership once again and have leaders and lawmakers that care about the well-being of our citizens in the community, this is just going to continue. But her behavior is completely unprofessional and uncalled for.
That's right. Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every week.
The lady was really saying anything that was really wrong. I mean, she's right. And these ones are like, I'm a suburban mother. Who gives a fuck? You're not suffering from the same plight. and you wouldn't even know what that fucking plight was. So, you know, this just if anything, they were the ones showing basic average ignorance. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I didn't like that shit at all. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay, let's move this topic along. There's a couple of things I wanted to show you guys while I was over here. Let's see. All right. Okay, let's see what I got over here. Hold on a second. I gotta stop sharing this one real fast and go to where I have it at. Now you know our boy Ice Cube's been making his little rounds, and um, they're very important. So I'm gonna show a couple of things that Ice Cube's been up to lately, and shout out to our brother for contract to Black America. Yeah, I've utilized some of it. Very 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 helpful. Um, he's been going in lately, so let's highlight. Let's see what he's been talking about. Let's see. I'm trying to stay away from stuff like hip hop source and all that good stuff. I'm really trying to stay away from it because I have to figure out where it's at, and you know what I mean. But let's okay, yeah. Let me go back right here. Let me find it. Let me find it. They Fox News, Fox News and Young Turks, man. They just be mixing shit all up and creating their own little narratives, and the shit is kind of funny when you think about it. Let's see. Let me see. Am I sharing this? Am I sharing? No. Okay, good. Because I didn't want y'all to see what I've been looking at. I've been looking at all kind of crazy shit. Where is Ice Cube stuff? Let's get over here. I have like 2 YouTubes open, and there we go.
I'm railing against the machine. So I was going to ask, who out of the gatekeepers? Are the gatekeepers worse in sports, Hollywood, or the music?
Yeah. I think they all around. I don't think it's worse than any other I guess profession. I think there's people that try to make sure you stay in your lane.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look like you're getting out of your lane, sometimes they'll watch you, sometimes they'll put guardrails up, and sometimes they'll actually put a gate up and make sure you go no further. So we all got them, and we all got to figure out who they are. We don't have to let them know we know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
We just got to figure out how to get around that gate. You know, I used to hop fences when I was young all the time. A fence or a gate never stopped me from going where I wanted to go.
Which one is more difficult for you? Because you've seen them when you first started NWA. You've seen them, when you first started in the entertainment industry doing films, and now you see them now. Which one is the most difficult?
None of them. They all easy. You just got to go at them. You can't go, you know, you can't try to nice guy it all the time, you know. All of them fold like a chair.
I saw you on Bill Martin, and you were talking about the record industry, and you said that the record industry uses social engineering and rap to encourage criminal behavior. At what point did you realize that?
Oh man, you know, after I got mature in the game, after I knew that, you know, records were made by committee. You know, a lot of albums, a lot of dope songs people like are made by a group of people telling rappers what to say, or what's dope, or that line ain't good enough, or, you know, let's change it to this. Get somebody up here that can write, and all this kind of hip hop by committee. And yeah, the record companies, it be they people in there. You know, I've never had an A&R. I've never had a record company guy tell me shit about my music, about how to make it. You know, some of it they liked, some of it they didn't, some of it they raised their eyebrow to, but that's what I turned in. That's what they had to accept. And, you know, that's hip hop to me.
What gave you the business mind, right? Over the BET Awards. Of course, they play straight out of Compton. The Big Three, I seen the Big Three as well that weekend. But, you know, in all these things, it seems like you knew what you wanted from the door. How come I'm not this? What gave you that business mind early on, when especially even artists today are still not on it with all the knowledge that we know and everything that we see? You can Google so many things. What gave you that business mind so early on?
Watching, you know, people I know and like, you know, have to kind of beg for their money, you know, like, and I ain't gonna say no names, but I've seen people that really, you know, can I get paid? Can I get paid? You know, all that at, you know, 14, 15 years old, hanging around the industry, just had my antennas up. I had a publicist who later became my manager, lady by the name of Pat Charbonnet. And if you see the Friday movie, she helped me produce that movie, Friday. You'll see her name on it. But she was the publicist for NWA. And I would show up to the interviews early. We got to chop it up. And she was basically like, do you know who Jerry Heller is? And I'm like, no, who is that? Well, you need to look him up, because you just got to watch him. How's your paperwork? You know, she started have you signed a contract with them yet? And I'm like, nah, you know, I ain't signed nothing. And she was like, you need to make sure you get an attorney before you sign anything with them. She hooked me up with a lawyer by the name of Michael Ashburn. And we strategized, you know, how.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on Ice Cube, who really been spilling the real when it comes to these type of conversations with the Black community, rap, hip hop, entertainment, and business in general, as it pertains to the American business and industry that we work in and live in every day. And I'm gonna have links in the description where you can watch this clip in full at on the Breakfast Club. But he said so many things as he been speaking, and even in that Bill Maher interview, the topic of social engineering. See, everybody think this how the world supposed to work, man. This is programming. As I tell y'all all the time, it's by design, not by default. Now, social engineering really pertains to them actually taking your information, downloading your information, your interests, everything you got going on in databases like that. But he's saying that element, in which it is a fact, is being used. That mindset, that actual type of structure is used on how they market the music, how they write the songs. This is a nigga that's in the industry saying, hey, whenever I turn my albums in, ain't nobody sat down with me and wrote nothing. Ain't nobody told me what don't sound good and do sound good. I send them what I like and they put that on. But now they got writers, they got teams, they got concepts. Keep pushing what's going to sell. Everything is algorithm based now, and there's layers to it. And what does it do every time? Come back and affect us, especially in rap and hip hop. They want you to believe that you niggas is only supposed to be rapping about selling dope, robbing, killing, jacking, stealing, and everything like that. And even on the positive rapper side of it, because we do got some out here, everybody ain't talking about that. Some of them got them elements and flashes in their music, but they talking about getting money too. They talk about their struggle. They talk about their real story in life. But look what get promoted on the news with black people. They can decide, hey, we don't want to promote niggas killing each other every day. We don't want to promote niggas robbing and disrespecting. We don't want to promote women twerking and shaking ass. But guess what? From day one, the presentation is in the line. This is what sells. This is a business tactic. Find a bunch of fuckery from black people, whether it be their music, whether it be them going to jail, look at their cases, them arguing, fussing, fights breaking out. It's been going on from day one. It's a marketing tactic for the entire globe, not just America, to watch and look. That's a form of social engineering. And shout out to Ice Cube, because he one of them niggas that'll come out and speak to it. Now, on that Bill Maher interview he dropped recently, where he went on and talked about, and he been talking about the big three and the gatekeepers and how they'll stop you from getting to the highest level. We already know that. They don't want to be the nigga working right next to them and having control and power. We know who those guys are. It ain't no secret. Niggas can't even really say their names on these platforms without getting taken down. If you know, you know. Everybody ain't gonna catch it. We can throw the ball right to you and put it in your hands lightly. You still gonna fumble and miss, because the programming has worked on a lot of y'all. And I like that Ice Cube will come out and speak this directly. But as he said before, man, these people are working hand in hand. Everybody at the top, prison owners, the tax write-offs, the label owners, they all going to dinner together. They all lunch. They all buddies. We gonna eat all the way around the table off these niggas. It's just like when you go in the courtroom, the lawyers, the judges, the DA, nigga, they all be partners, nigga. And who do they get the most money off of? Niggas. Who provides the most tax dollars for people going to jail? Niggas. And they gonna keep niggas boxed out. They don't want you to get this type of information. They want you to stay asleep and think that, hey, black people are just messed up and they crazy, because that's what the news say. That's what the media say. I'll give you a clear example. Shout out my nigga BP. He told me one the other day. Tom Brady get mad at one of his teammates, grab him by his helmet, slap his helmet, throw the ball, knock over the Gatorade, throw the keyboard, pass, slapping it, anything. Oh, he's passionate. He's passionate, man. That's Tom Brady, man. He's passionate as hell. He loves the sport. I let a nigga do that. Oh, he's out of control. He's tripping. Da-da-da. That's conditioning. That's a spinoff of the human form of social engineering. Like I said, tell me what y'all think. We gonna tap in on this some more. Shout out to Ice Cube for speaking that real right there, though. 1,000. Stay on your pivot.
I'm gonna call Cap. Okay, oh, sorry about that, Valley. We get to the next one. Yeah, he's been making his little rounds, and I am not upset about this. I kind of like that he's making his rounds. I like that he's on this little tour where he's on these podcasts, and he's really getting to it, you know. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see. Let's see. We're going to change the subject a little bit. Oh, let's go right here. Let's go right here. Now we're going to talk about a little bit about the black immigrants. Kind of all over, but it's just working with two open windows right now, family. Oops, sorry about that, baby. Okay, here we go. Where is this?
From some other country that doesn't even speak the language, that has no cultural connection. These countries don't want their own black people. Now you think they're going to now accept Black people from some other country that doesn't even speak the language, that has no cultural connection. They know the answer is no. We have two different ways that people can seek refuge. One is through the refugee system. And in the refugee system, you're asking for refuge or for that kind of status outside of the country that you may end up in, right? With the asylum system, you are making it to that country, or, you know, whether it be through the embassy, you know, we've heard of that, right? But you go to the embassy and say, I want asylum. That doesn't happen for Black people. Or you end up in the country itself and you ask for asylum, right? And so when we look at the situation with Haiti, what the administration likes to talk about is this parole program that they've come up with. So when we say you're applying for asylum in Haiti, you're not applying to have asylum in Haiti, but you're in Haiti applying to get asylum and through this parole program to leave Haiti and be able to come to the United States so you can make your asylum claim. First of all, you got to use an app, baby. You got to use an app. So you have to have a phone to get on this app called CBP1. Then it turns out the app, like much of the water system in the airports, it don't recognize Black people. So here you are trying to use this app, which is the only way that you're going to be able to get into this parole process that doesn't recognize your skin, the Haitian person. Then you have to fly into the United States, which means you have to be able to get a passport. How many of the most needing people in Haiti are going to have a passport? When this program came, passports went from $100 to $600 overnight, okay? Then you have to fly and get an airline ticket. You have to have a financial sponsor in the United States that passes a background check. And then when you come into the country, you still are not guaranteed asylum, April. You get 2 years. They're going to let you work. Of course, it takes a year for you to even get that work permit. So you're only going to get 1 year of work. Your family and community has to support you for that year because the government sure is not going to. And then at the end of that year, they could say, you know what, April, sorry, you don't qualify. And it's important to note that because often Haitians do not qualify. In the Sudan, as you indicated, if people want to apply to leave the country, to escape the country, and the US has their passport at the embassy and no one is there at the embassy to give me back my passport so I can get out of here, you've trapped me here. If you are coming through to the Mexico border, you have to apply for asylum in all of the transit countries that have signed on to the Refugee Act, right, and international law. And why it's so terrible, number one, it's against international law. It is against US law. You are allowed to apply for asylum in the country of your choice. You should not be forced to apply for asylum in another country. And this is everyone's got to do this, but for Black migrants, we know the history, April, and the present condition of Black people in those countries. What is the Afro-Argentinian? Are they enjoying? The Afro-Chilean, is it a good time for them? The Afro-Brazilian, the Afro-Honduran, the Garifuna, who are also fleeing, the Afro-Guatemalan, so the Afro-Mexican. These countries don't want their own Black people. Now you think they're gonna now accept Black people from some other country that doesn't even speak the language, that has no cultural connection? They know the answer is no.
What is the easiest thing that you can do right now? You believe that the government, the president, Democrats and Republicans will be on your side with. What is the easiest thing that you think you can do for Black migrants right now?
So for us, we feel like the easiest thing is really to ask them to lean into what they have already seen that they can do. And so my refrain is Ukraine is the standard. Ukraine is the floor. Before 40,000 Ukrainians crossed the border from Mexico into the US, we were told there was not enough personnel to make that happen. But somehow you made it happen there. When we look at United for Ukraine, a program set up to be supportive, why not a solidarity for Sudan that is based upon the United for Ukraine program? The creativity, the imagination that was put in to see how to solve white suffering. And I say it that way because remember, all the news reports were like, oh, these people are white. They're not African. They're not from the Middle East, right? The way they ran to protect whiteness, they have this, that muscle has been worked, baby. Work that muscle to support and protect Black migrants. And I will add indigenous migrants, because as you pointed out, they also are suffering. They also are being held back. And when you see, often you'll see Black migrants and indigenous migrants in some of these conversations, asylum seekers together, I'm talking about the people on the ground, because of the ways in which they deal with, in some cases, similar situations. But, you know, you got to protect Black migrants, do what you did for the Ukrainians. That's a start.
So let's do a follow-up to the story we did yesterday about how the FBI has been censoring information on behalf of the SBU.
I'll just say this right now. I've seen a major influx of Black migrants in my city right now in Aurora. I was just at the store earlier today. And I was outside. I was outside loving the weather, man. It was hot. They said. I was outside enjoying myself. I went to the grocery store across the street. And it's a little, it's like a Hispanic store, but there's Middle Eastern people running it. So you wouldn't really know unless you actually went in there and checked it out, you know. It's just a little grocery store. And I think they're moving around because a lot of the freezers and everything was, I don't know, it's empty. It's kind of weird. Anyway, there's Afro-Latinos in there. I mean, completely richly melanated brothers working in there. And, you know, family, I speak multiple languages. And Spanish is the easiest language I think anybody can learn, really. I learned it a long time ago, okay, from watching television. So I'm quite rusty. But I was over there curious because I saw a young brother. I thought he was a brother, Afro-Latino or Latino. I didn't even ask him where he was from. I thought it was a brother. So I was like, I asked if he spoke English. He said yes. And I was like, okay. So I carried on with my purchase, you know. And I realized he didn't speak English. He spoke Spanish. And, you know, obviously I speak multiple languages. So Spanish was like no big deal. I talked to him. He was just shocked that I could even speak any kind of language, I think, you know. But I was like, well, damn. Because that's all I've seen over here in Aurora lately has been Afro-Latinos, richly melanated Afro-Latinos, a lot of males, not so many sisters, but a lot of males, a lot of men. And I was like, oh, you know, because my thing is, I have a big thing about the fair-skinned Hispanics when they crossed over, you know what I mean? They just bombarded the border and shit. So I was like all over that. And plus everybody was getting housed and they getting brand new apartments, brand new fucking appliances. And that shit was just out of control when, you know, me and Jesse are stuck where we're stuck, you know? And so I had a big old ordeal about that. What I saw today was like, whoa, this is obviously new. It seems like every day that I'm gone from this side of town, when I could be over there at the BLACC house, I'm gone for like maybe 2-3 days at a time. I'm seeing new and different things. And I was like, well, you know, we gotta this is what's happening. This is what's happening, you know, and they don't speak to us, you know what I mean? They don't speak to foundationals. They don't speak to they speak to the whites. and anybody else who speaks any kind of remote Spanish. But like as far as just colorism. Colorism is everywhere. So they're not talking to anybody that they don't know. That they don't know. They're not speaking to you. Luckily, I'm in that place all the time because it's in my area. And like I said, I'm running for city council. And this is the area that I focus on a lot because this is a heavy crime area, and I say that only because the police are so prevalent. Just like when I was outside earlier, I was outside bullshitting with my brother. You know what I mean? My brother having a serious dialogue, and the police are just profiling us. They don't stop. They just drive real slow, stare at me, stare at my brother. My brother is, I have brothers very fair. He looks different from I. He was there. They're chopping it up about something serious, giggling. I was giggling a little bit because my brother's quite the fucking comedian. You know what I mean? So, and I'm watching the same motherfucking cop just patrolling. I'm like, and I'm thinking this is just because it's clear that I've been making my rounds. I had during the Black Arts Festival, I did something absolutely abnormal of Brandy Murray Majors, aka Seduction Doll, aka Lady J. I did something completely abnormal. I went and asked them what tangibles they need to. What tangibles can I provide so they can stop doing the fuckery. It wasn't received well, but if you're gonna run for city council, you have to kind of check these little boxes. And I don't have a team, family, and I'm not joining no party because what kind of hypocrisy would that be if I've been saying that we're not giving our vote to Democrats, fuck them, and fuck this, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I just switch up, man. Come on, man. I ain't never been a sellout. I'm not gonna start now. Fucking A. Like, I don't give a fuck what's going on. They don't got nothing tangible to offer. That's just from on this perspective, just right here speaking on this. I don't see anything remotely tangible. It's stupid. Let's carry on. Let's see if you can see this.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the echoes of our past resonating deeply in the present, echoing in a way that should give us pause, concern, and impetus to change. Recently, the Supreme Court rendered a decision that threatens the principles of equality and justice we so ardently strive to uphold. By overturning affirmative action, they ruled that the admission policies of Harvard University, founded in 1636, and the University of North Carolina, founded in 1789, violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, ratified in this chamber in 1868. An amendment born from the ashes of a divided nation after a civil war. Born or naturalized in the United States is what the 14th Amendment tried to ensure, that there would be equal protection under the law, even for those that have been formerly enslaved. And in interpreting this amendment, in this case, the affirmative action that we speak, we are brought face to face with an ominous specter of our past, the infamous decision of Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896, a case about a man 7/8 white, 1/8 African-American in Louisiana who had purchased a first-class train ticket that was then removed because of his race. And the Supreme Court decided that you indeed can have separate but equal facilities. And they said that it satisfied the 14th Amendment. That decision left a dark legacy, falsely equating enforced segregation with equality. Today, we find ourselves in an eerily similar situation with the dismantling of affirmative action, policies echoing the disheartening tones of separate but equal. In both instances, our highest court has interpreted the noble cause of equal protection in a way that undermines the pursuit of real substantive equality. Mr. Speaker, I assert that just as separate but equal in the Plessy versus Ferguson case was a misnomer hiding the reality of discrimination, the recent overturning of affirmative action similarly threatens to cloak and perpetuate the very disparities it sought to challenge. Affirmative action is more than a policy. It is a pledge, a commitment to an ongoing endeavor towards genuine substantive equality and opportunity for all. In parallel, another struggle for equality is taking place, not in our courts, but in our classrooms. Across our nation, books are being removed from shelves, banned from curricula, hidden away from young minds, eager to explore the world through the written word. This chilling trend is reminiscent of the dark times in our history when we had anti-literacy laws and books were not just banned, but also burned. Consider the data. In the first half of 22-23 of this calendar school year, 874 unique book titles have been banned, a surge of 28% compared to the prior 6 months. These are not merely numbers, these are extinguished perspectives, silenced voices, curtailed visions. What we face is a dual assault on opportunity and knowledge, an attack on the principles of equality and intellectual freedom that echoes some of the most challenging times in our nation's history. Yet it is within these echoes that we find our call to action. We must advocate for a continued need for policies like affirmative action that aim to level the playing field, to fight against the systemic biases that for too long have marginalized certain communities. We must stand against the banning of books, ensuring that the world of ideas remain open, vibrant, and accessible to all, that we resist the impulse to limit our collective and our intellectual growth. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect on the interconnectedness of these issues, let us remember the words of our 16th president from the state of Illinois, President Abraham Lincoln, and I quote, "The philosophy of the schoolroom in one generation will be the philosophy of government in the next," close quote. Let us ensure the philosophy promotes inclusivity, celebrates diversity, fosters critical thinking, and upholds the spirit of equality that is at the heart of our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address and express my concerns today. I yield back the balance of my time.
These countries don't want their own Black people. Now,
sorry about that, family. I had to go to the restroom real quick. Sorry about that. Let's see where I'm at. As far as that's concerned, affirmative action, I can't really speak to it because you know, as we know, it's benefited everybody else other than it's never really benefited us. So to quote, yeah, like I just don't I like it didn't really matter. At first Jesse had explained to me because I was confused, but I really wasn't confused, family. The thing was that I was like, how does this fucking benefit us? You know what I mean? And it didn't. It really didn't. It really fucking didn't. I just wanted to make sure I was on the right path. That I was right. It didn't really benefit us. It was fucking like it was stupid. But here's my question, family. This is for further research later on. Do you think that this happens to do with the fact that when we put Ketanji in the motherfucking seat, all this shit started to take a really crazy ass turn? You I'm willing to bet that it was already heading in that direction. But as soon as they put her in there, all of a sudden, remember there was all these rumors this was gonna go, and then the abortion thing happened, and then blah blah blah, and then everybody kept focusing on Thomas, Clarence Thomas, and blah blah. I would just say, would you argue that this had something to do with placing Ketanji in the seat, and then all of a sudden this shit just set off? Seriously, Black family, can we really look like nobody's really brought that up? But I mean, excuse me, I didn't mean to say, but no one has really brought that up. I would wonder if that was the catalyst that really set this shit off like a lot. I mean, she said some things, in regards to it. I'll pull it up here shortly when I find it. But I'm just wondering, was that the catalyst, the straw that broke the camel's back, and then all of a sudden all hell is breaking loose, and they're just overturning everything, and they're taking away shit, and they're just maneuvering the way they're maneuvering because they feel like they can't be touched now that there's a Black woman sitting in the seat. Because a lot of this has to do with Black people, period. Think about the student loans. They said this had something, but it's really for white people. It's just like said they were student loans, the HBCU thing, even the abortion thing on some level. You know what I mean? Would you, ponder that was possibly the straw that broke the camel's back and the fucking catalyst to everything coming to the forefront like a fucking bad pimple? I mean, I was just curious. It just crossed my mind the other day to really think critically and think about it. Think a little deeper, because we were on some odd path. Yes, of course. However, shouldn't we also think, a little bit more critical about what else is going on with that? I find it quite suspicious now that I ponder on it a little bit further. Like, geez, this, you're right. This, kind of just didn't, happen until, after they placed her. Let's see what else we got. Okay, let's go. We're gonna go a couple of places. We're gonna stay on our Black topics, but we're gonna talk about a couple of different things. Let's go with this real quick. Do a couple little short ones.
Tonight, the LA Times reporting a California hospital is facing a federal civil rights investigation for the way it treats Black women giving birth there.
My wife would be here with her boys if it wasn't for the color of her skin.
A California hospital is facing a federal civil rights investigation for the way it treats Black women giving birth there.
My wife would be here with her boys if it wasn't for the color of her skin.
The death of 39-year-old Kira Johnson initiating the scrutiny after her husband filed a civil rights lawsuit against Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. It was later settled. Kira and her husband Charles, already parents to one son, a picture-perfect family, when she died after a scheduled C-section delivery of their second child in 2016.
After allowing my wife to bleed and suffer needlessly, while my family and myself begged and pleaded for them to simply just treat her with dignity and respect.
The case bolstered by this video deposition from Angelique Washington, a former surgical technician at Cedars-Sinai who was in Kira's operating room.
The room started to look like a murder scene, a crime scene. It started blood everywhere. I knew it didn't feel good.
The LA Times reporting on the investigation after reviewing a letter sent to Kira's husband Charles from the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, stating the department is reviewing the allegations. NBC News also obtaining the letter that says, in part, the HHS Office of Civil Rights, quote, is aware of allegations that Black women are provided a standard of care below what is provided to other women who are not Black when receiving health care services related to labor and delivery. HHS confirming the investigation to the LA Times. NBC News has not heard back from the department. The CDC says in 2021, the maternal mortality rate for Black women was 69.9 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's 2.6 times the rate for white women.
It has to do with racism in society, racism in healthcare, bias amongst healthcare professionals. So we're seeing a disproportionate number of deaths.
A Cedars-Sinai spokesperson declining to comment on the investigation, but telling NBC News, Cedars-Sinai clinicians, leaders, and researchers have long been concerned with national disparities in Black maternal health, and we are proud of the work we've done and continue to do to address these issues. Kira's husband also filing a lawsuit against her doctor for gross negligence, receiving a $1 million settlement, and filing an additional suit against the hospital that was also settled. Johnson vowing that the pain his family has endured will shed light on the devastating consequences.
Kira's legacy will be that this is no longer allowed to happen anyplace.
And Valerie Castro joins us now in studio. Valerie, the statistics alone should be enough to make us all stop and think about this. But seeing Kira, her family, the life she had, and knowing she is no longer here, that's a gut punch. Were you able to speak with her husband tonight?
Allison, it's a devastating story, but her husband, Charles, says he is happy that this issue is now being taken seriously. He says after he came forward with the story of what happened to Kira and their family, he heard from other families who experienced similar tragedies. He said he hopes this investigation leads to change not only at Cedars-Sinai, but other hospitals and other healthcare systems across the country.
Valerie Castro, thank you so much for that important report.
Jeez. I mean, this is nothing new. It's just disturbing. You know what I mean? The other thing I really don't like about this, these new news media outlets, is that they'll talk about some shit real quick and then they'll act like they haven't brought it up, and then every time they bring something new up or what they think is new, we act like we didn't know about it, or we didn't see it like months and months and months ahead of time. And all this is just, it's right there in front of our fucking face. You know what I mean? And they keep acting like, oh no, this is a new topic. This isn't a fucking new topic. You know? Let's see. Let's talk about... Ooh, good stuff. Let's talk about fucking ex-President Obama.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman as we end today's show looking at this 10th anniversary of the 2013 coup in Egypt, when General Abdel Fattah al-Sisi removed Egypt's first democratically elected president from power, then led a purge of Muslim Brotherhood government leaders and a crackdown on dissent. Lessons for the next Arab Spring is the headline of a new piece by Shadi Hamid, senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, author of The Problem of Democracy, America, the Middle East, and the Rise and Fall of an Ideal. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. If you can start off by laying out what we now know about the role of the U.S., particularly of President Obama, in response to the coup.
Yep. Hi, Amy. Thanks for having me. So Washington was directly complicit. And I think up until relatively recently, and certainly right after the coup 10 years ago, there was a sense that the U.S. was caught off guard, that the Obama administration wanted to do the right thing, but didn't know how, and they didn't really have leverage. And that sort of kind of innocent bystander theory where America acts like, you know, oh, what could we do? We're only the superpower of the world. You know, in recent years, more and more information has come out that suggests that the U.S. played a quite negative role in the months and days leading up to the July 3rd, 2013 military coup. And, you know, in my piece and in the book from which it's adapted, The Problem of Democracy, I interviewed around 30 former and current senior U.S. officials and was able to get some spicy information on certain key moments in those final days, and it's not a positive picture. and I do argue explicitly that Washington and Obama in particular gave what amounted to a green light to the Egyptian military to proceed with the coup. We could have done quite a bit more to stop it. We could have threatened an immediate aid suspension before the coup happened. And even after the coup happened, there was a chance to declare it a coup and cut assistance. And that's what U.S. law requires in any coup d'etat where the military plays a decisive role. It is a legal obligation to cut aid. Of course, President Obama got away from that or avoided that by not declaring it a coup. So there are a number of these different things that, you know, when you sort of piece them together, we can't really say that the U.S. didn't know what was going on. And in fact, some senior officials, in particular John Kerry, was actually quite enthusiastic about the coup. And there was this very memorable phrase where he said that Abdel Fattah al-Sisi was, quote unquote, restoring democracy. He said this after 2 massacres of Muslim Brotherhood supporters.
I mean, your piece is really interesting, and I just want to read from it because it really tells people how, you know, the government works. You write, a White House advisor who was there walked me through how the conversation unfolded. He said, I came in all hot and bothered, and so did a few others, that there was a clear letter of the law that said, declare the coup, cut off military assistance. Actually, we weren't even focused on the first thing because only somebody who was purposefully obfuscating what would say that it wasn't a coup. So it was like, when do we announce this? That's when I came in, expecting the conversation was going to be about that. And then Obama, for the only time that I can recall in the years I worked for him, the only time he came in and said, well, so we're not going to declare this a coup, so what should we do? I was totally taken aback by that, and so were many other people, and so it completely changed the tenor of the conversation. I mean, this is fascinating. I don't know if you want to reveal now who it was who was talking to you, but explain what this means and why you think Obama took this stance and what now this has meant. I mean, we're talking about thousands of people imprisoned, political prisoners.
Yeah, and it's really worth underscoring how this is such a moral stain on the Obama administration's legacy. I do consider the coup to be the day that the Arab Spring ended. After that, there was no hope of getting back. I mean, Egypt is the most populous country in the region. Egypt sets the tone. So this was not just a minor thing. This was decisive, and I hope it will be remembered in that way. And that quote, just hearing you read it back to me, I still find it remarkable. I mean, I can't share who it was because that's not the sort of thing this person would want to be known for. But it is really remarkable. And as for the reasons behind it, I think there's a couple things going on here. Obama also had this very pragmatic side to him where he would say, well, you know, if a coup already happened, let me try to do business with the people who are in power. Let me try to get things done. I don't want too much headache of some big pro-democracy agenda. Let's also keep in mind that Obama, when he assumed the presidency, wanted to distance himself from the Bush administration's so-called freedom agenda. So there was always a kind of discomfort with a very strong emphasis on democracy promotion. But I think there's actually a darker undercurrent where Obama, after some initial enthusiasm for the Arab Spring when it started in 2011, he gets very disillusioned very quickly. And one of the things I discuss at length in the book is the sorts of things that Obama would say privately and even sometimes publicly about Arabs and Muslims. And there was that famous Atlantic profile from 2016 that reported that Obama was known to privately joke, quote unquote, all I need in the Middle East is a few smart autocrats. He also had another joke where he would say he would wonder out loud why people in the Middle East can't be just like the Scandinavians. So there was this sense of like, why can't the Muslims get their act together? Why are they always fighting? And Obama almost felt betrayed because he supported the Arab Spring, or at least he thought he did in the beginning, and then then he kind of went and said, well, was I right to support it if it led to all this civil conflict and all these clashes between different parties and ideological orientations? And of course, let's remember too that Obama wanted to pivot away from the Middle East. So there was a sense that he was always being dragged back in. And I think at some point there was just a sense of, well, maybe if they were all autocrats, things would be a lot easier. And then just the last thing is we have a democratic dilemma in the Middle East. We like democracy in theory, but we don't like democracy's outcomes in practice. Why? Because it's Islamist parties that tend to win elections, or at least do quite well in them, when elections are held in the Middle East. And the coup was committed against a Muslim Brotherhood-led government. Here's an Islamist party that believes that Sharia or Islamic law should play a central role in public life. And then we as Americans are just instinctually uncomfortable with that. We think democracy should lead to good outcomes, but when it leads to Islamist outcomes, we struggle with that.
Damn. I wonder what y'all are thinking about that. It's crazy, right? All right, let's go to this next one. This is going to be interesting.
A biological man has successfully breastfed an adopted child. This is a trans-identified man who says that he's a woman and was able to take a cocktail of hormone therapy in preparation to feed an adopted baby, according to this case report. Now, this report goes through what they were able to do. This person presented themselves to a doctor's office and said, I would like to breastfeed, and, you know, I got 6 months to do it. Baby's on the way. Can you help me? And these doctors said yes. And a pediatrician then followed up with this child to see how it was thriving or not based on taking the chemicals from this person's body. Now, this here I'm about to show you is presumably not the person in question. This is another breastfeeding biological male that went viral. Now, just look at this post saying, you know, in the end, I only breastfed my child for a few weeks. I then had to stop because I had a cancer relapse and didn't want to poison my child. Here's me on the bus on the first round, on the way to the first round of chemo, like breastfeeding for the last time. Now, I get that your last nursing session is very emotional. I've done that 3 times. What they're saying is that presumably this person has been on heavy duty pharmaceuticals to make the male ducts produce milk. And then that person's body developed cancer or relapsed into cancer. And so that's why they stopped breastfeeding. They weren't worried that maybe whatever brought back the cancer was a toxin that could hurt the baby, right? That's not a concern. Nobody here's worried about that, David?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, saying that they didn't want to give them the cancer treatment drugs, but like, is the whatever properties or chemicals they had to put into this person to produce milk, is it really milk? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, are the nutrients there? It seems like those are going to be just as bad of chemicals potentially as the cancer drugs.
We're going to get to that, to whatever it is that's coming out of the male ducts, because there is some comment on that and the fact that it's not really tested. We don't really know, but a lot of these cross-sex hormones have been associated with cancer. So you're not worried about being pumped full of hormones in order to turn your body into something it does not naturally look like. But you're then worried once the cancer starts because of radiation. That's not being a good parent. It's not. You know, what these men are doing are using something called the Newman-Goldfarb protocol. It was originally developed to help biological women who adopted or had a child via surrogacy to breastfeed. Now, here's what it entails. Here's from the UK Hospitals Infant Feeding Network saying that what this is a combination of contraceptive hormones, physical stimulation through a breast pump, and domperidone, yes, medication to mimic the hormonal changes of pregnancy and birth. Now, they say that there's little evidence related to the success or safety of the protocol. We don't know the impact of specific element or doses of the constituent milk produced. Lactation professionals report anecdotally that there is significant variability, with some people able to produce a large amount of milk and most able to produce a partial milk supply. In general, this chemical, I'm not able to say, domperidone, must be continued throughout the period of lactation, which is challenging because in the UK, it's only supposed to be used for nausea and vomiting at the lowest effective dose and for the shortest period of time due to reports of cardiac conduction side effects. So it has this known side effect, but you have to take it the whole time you're trying to produce milk if you're a biological male. But we know it's not very good for you. And again, there's no evidence around the safety or the composition of this milk. Does anyone care? Does anyone care? Now, when you donate your breast milk, which I've looked into because for my daughters, especially, I had a lot of milk. Like one time I was, this is probably TMI, but I'll tell the story anyway. I was going to buy a book in a children's bookstore and I went to hand over my credit card and I went like plink, plink on my wrist because it was just like everywhere. And the woman at the bookstore was like, what's happening here? Do we have a leak? It was me. It was just so much. Like you can't stop it. And I realized that this is a great problem to have if you're a nursing mom. But so I looked into donating my milk, especially because my daughters would not take a bottle. Like they would take their little fists and punch it. It was me or nothing. It didn't matter if I left the house, nothing mattered. But you have to have your milk tested if you donate it to a milk bank for HIV, HPV, hepatitis, syphilis, tobacco, alcohol, among other things. You cannot donate milk that is not tested and give it to other babies unless you're a man, I guess. Go ahead, David.
Well, I was going to say, and the thing is, like, anything that you put in your body, doesn't matter what it is, anything you put in your body at the time you're breastfeeding goes into that milk and in a concentrated form. So it's like the baby's getting a concentrated form of whatever that is. And so if that drug has side effects for people, it's going to have the same side effects for the baby. And it's like, do you not understand that? Like if they're like, hey, side effects may include this, 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 and this, well, that transfers to the baby too. It's like, well, I think I could handle those side effects in order to get the feeling of breastfeeding my baby.
Yeah. You know, nursing moms, we're not supposed to have coffee because that could rile up your baby. Some certain foods like broccoli make your baby gassy. You know, you're supposed to avoid all kinds of things. There's a specific, if you want to go on a contraceptive, there's a specific type of birth control pill you can be on because they don't want the hormones in the baby. I'm going to talk about that further in a second. So for biological moms, we have to be careful, and we want to because nursing is important, but the baby is more important to biological moms. To people who are gender ideologues, the nursing is more important to validate their gender identity than the baby. And that to me is criminal. The case we're talking about today, not the person who had cancer, but this other person, it was supervised by doctors, but it wasn't even this man's baby. The man's partner, boyfriend or girlfriend, had the baby conceived, I think, with someone else. And then the trans-identified male decided to try to feed it as an exercise in womanhood. I presume because the partner may have been a biological woman who identified as male. And for those people, breastfeeding feels a little too feminine and they just didn't want to. So again, not that they didn't try or they didn't think they could, or they were worried about the hormones on the baby, but they didn't want to because it hurt their ideology. Okay. What? We may not be talking about the world's best parents here. So they're calling this an adopted child of the biological male who decided to breastfeed. Now, here's what the case report said, that this person was on cross-sex hormones for a total of 6 years. Here is all of the cocktails that they were taking. Look at estriadol. We're going to get back to that for a second. You know, apart from that, they said no main risk factors except, below. They said they had laparoscopic cholecystectomy.
Cholecystectomy.
Thank you.
Cholecystectomy, yes.
That is a minimally invasive surgical procedure used for a diseased gallbladder. So we're not talking about an otherwise healthy person. This like, oh, otherwise they were fine, but they were on this major cocktail of cross-sex hormones to turn their body into something else and had a diseased gallbladder. But otherwise, yeah, go ahead. Let's see if you can feed a newborn baby. Again, the estradiol that we're talking about that they were taking to become a woman is an estrogen steroid. Again, if you have a baby and you're nursing and you want to go on the birth control pill because you're not ready to have another baby, they don't put you on a pill that has estrogen. You have to go on a pill without estrogen. It's called progesterone only because they don't want you to pass that to the baby, and because estrogen actually reduces milk supply. And so you're messing with yourself, right? They do say that they lowered this person's estradiol in advance in 2 weeks before the baby came so that it wouldn't mess. Here's what they said. They went to a low dose patch of estradiol, and progesterone was lowered as well. And then the baby was born, 6 pounds, 13 ounces. And the patient breastfed exclusively for 6 weeks. That means that baby was not getting anything else. So this gives me a lot of anxiety as someone who knows that babies need to eat a lot in the first 6 weeks. And they were depending on a biological male. They did not supplement. During that time, the pediatrician reported that the child's growth, feeding, and bowel habits were developmentally appropriate. And then at 6 weeks, they began to give the baby formula. Thank goodness.
I have a question too that I don't know that they're like, are they only talking about the medications that were taken specifically for the breastfeeding and like leaving out a potential antidepressant or anxiety medication these people may have been on? Or do they, because I know a lot of those, if you're on them, you can't just get off of them and then go on other medications. You have to like wean yourself. So does the study talk about that at all? They just leave that out?
No. I'm sorry, family. I'm like, you see my face, like, what? Like, what the fuck are they talking? What? Like, I almost want to play it back just so I can make sure I understand. Like, what the fuck?
No, it's here. Okay. It says the medical history of this person had panic disorder, for which they were taking occasional clonazepam. And insomnia, for which they were taking zolpidem. So yes, they were taking those things up until they decided to come up and try and switch themselves into breastfeeding person. That's a good point because yes, that was there. Now, in this case report, they point out that breastfeeding is best for baby for all of these reasons, which is true, you know, immunological support, bonding, all of these things, and that formula-fed infants, you know, have a higher risk of rotavirus and hospitalization for respiratory tract infection and SIDS and all of these things. So yes, that's true. But what this baby got was neither formula nor breast milk in its truest form, because breast milk is a conversation between mommy and baby. You know, the enzymes from the baby's saliva tell your body what to make and you respond accordingly. So it may have been getting some kind of chemical, but it's not necessarily what that baby needs.
Dude, no woman gets pregnant like shortly months into it. Not like, you know, depending on the woman, you know, little leakage starts to appear, you know, and the breast start, you know, getting ready for you know, nature, like you know, feeding an infant. There's women, you know, that you know cannot even cross a baby's path without them crying, and their milk they thought was dried up all of a sudden will just start to reappear because they're just that's just the way of the way of a woman. Like, you know, when even in pregnancy, it's like, you know, you get a little fluid, get a little you know, the you get the I don't even know how to say it, like I forgot the technical term for it, but you get the clear little, you know, the pre lactation stuff going on. You know what I mean? It's kind of clear. It's like whatever. It gets a little whiter and whiter up until and then all of a sudden, even right up until birth, depending on when you give birth, you're leaking nutrients. That's the best way I can say it. Your body is preparing to give life, sustain life, feed life, nurture life. That is one of the beautiful, remarkable things about, being a woman. They can bring forth the seed, you know what I mean? The actual life. Your body is meant to withstand the whole process from the beginning, the making of, the duration, the baking in the oven, the birth canal, here here it is, and then your body is designed to feed and nurture and provide sustenance, and there's all sorts of nutrients that come from that. I mean, you're basically still eating for you and the baby after you give birth, so that you're producing enough nutrients to continue your baby's full developmental growth, including growing. I mean, your baby is getting a lot of brain nutrients just from the nutrients that the mother is. I've had some children in my lifetime, so I wasn't too much for the latching on. However, I was all about expressing that into a bottle and whatnot, and feeding my children as best I could with it. The latching on process was something this was just very difficult for me. However, that did not stop me from wanting to provide nutrients and sustenance to my children, even when I couldn't produce the right amount of milk. I went and found a formula that was kind of similar to what, similar, at least that's what the container said. They would produce, like good brain function, and provide nutrients and sustenance. And however, I'm a real woman, so this other talk that they're talking about is like, oh my fucking God, are they serious? Is this seriously happening? This is serious. Like, this is really, really fucking, this isn't okay. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's okay or not, but it's not that I say, not saying that nobody can be parents or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. Especially, when you come from single households where, you got your mother and father saying, if they raised you, for example, had a single father at one point, before I went in the system, he would say he was our mother and father, and every Mother's Day I tell him Happy Mother's Day, even though that's a man. That is a real man right there. I was telling him Happy Father's Day because he was playing both roles. And I know many, 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 many people that still do that, even with their mothers. They'll continue to say, hey, Happy Father's Day, because their mother played both roles. Father played both roles, Although I don't think that, I was raised for a good portion of my life by a man. I could never see him, attaching anything to his pectoral muscles. Just say.
Eat it. That doesn't, we don't know at all if this breastfed baby got any of those benefits, because we don't know anything about this type of fluid. Go ahead, David.
Right.
It's like AWA on Avatar. You connect, and it's like a real connection to your baby. And it's like, if you don't have all the elements, you're not really getting that.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Now, this man had complications.
It really bothers me that the community, hey, look, man, that does this, it's a beautiful thing. I guess you want to be a parent of some sort. There's a lot of children out there that need parents or whatnot, within reason. Within reason, and I'll say that for a whole bunch of different reasons, other than promoting a fucking weird ass agenda. However, this is one thing that no matter what you say, at the end of the day, a biological man cannot do. Doesn't matter what pretty little dress you put on or what you do, you will not be able to do this. This is not something you can do. What you do, this is impossible. This is one of those things that are fucking possible. You cannot do it for a lot of different reasons. I don't care if pectoral muscles have mammary glands and I don't know what else, what other fucking weird ass sci-fi fucking shit is going on. This is just an impossibility. This is impossible. Like, you can't get in your feelings about it. You really can't. There's like, you really can't get in your feelings about it because it's the truth. It's a fucking reality. It's the truth. You can't get in your feelings. I don't care what anybody says. Prove me wrong. Okay, prove me wrong. Like, show me where a mammary gland out of a pectoral muscle, born man, okay, born man who decided to, live his best life however the fuck he feels like, okay, can produce the same amount of the same nutrients to feed a brand new newborn baby. I mean, you got to go through the process. So, the game is on. Like, did you produce this baby? Did this baby come out of your man womb? Like, men don't have wombs. That's one. Two, you can pass the seed, but you cannot bring the seed to life. You can pass the seed. The seed can swim with a million other seeds till you get there, but you cannot bake the seed in the oven. Like, so you can't do it. It's impossible. It's not gonna happen. No matter what fantasy fucking world of imagination we live in, it's not gonna fucking happen. Okay, I don't care. It's not gonna happen. A, B. You're not gonna be able to produce the nutrients to sustain a baby naturally. I say that because you're taking hormones to do whatever, right? Women who are having babies are not taking hormones to produce nutrients to feed their children. That's not something that's been done ever really. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe there's special cases, but these are actual women. They're taking medicines for other things, et cetera, et cetera. That's medicine, but these are actually women. They're not taking hormones to do a whole biological change. Okay, that's kind of not happening because that wouldn't be good for the baby. They would, they tell actual women what is good and what isn't good for the baby when you go in for your first pregnancy test, when you go in for your actual first little doctor's appointments. They start measuring you, they start looking at you, they start weighing you. They have these long little dialogues of what is good for the baby and what isn't good for the baby. If you got problems, they try to wean you off your medicine and go on to something else. You know what I mean? And they keep eyes and tabs and whatnot because those medicines can cause birth defects. So, you're thinking about you're pumping in hormones into your baby because you want to be a mother so badly. What the fuck, man? Like, seriously? Nobody knows if the baby got, like what she's saying, who knows if this baby got actual nutrients? It's been pumped full of fucking, hormonal. You're basically pumping whatever the fuck you just pumped in your body into this baby. So whatever hormonal changes you're going through, you're pumping it into your kid, and your kid can go through that too. Just like they say, hey, STIs and stuff like that can be passed on to your baby. Just like being a drug addict, anything you've consumed can be passed on to your baby. Just like that, it's the same fucking thought process. This is just a little different. Instead of it going through the fucking cord, it's going through the nips. And like I said, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Don't get mad. You can't even get in your feelings about this. You cannot even get in your feelings about this because I don't care who says it or what. Actual women, even if you don't stand up with me on this, you fucking know I'm right. No man with pectoral muscles, okay, pectoral muscles, a natural born man who decided he wanted to do something else for whatever fucking reasons, okay, is able to produce the life sustaining fluid to feed a baby naturally like any woman. If you don't believe me, do the Pepsi challenge. Take the fucking Pepsi challenge. Okay, take the Pepsi challenge. If y'all didn't want to take the Pepsi challenge when we had a fucking $100 on up there for fucking menstruating, you're definitely not gonna want to take the Pepsi challenge on this with the fucking with the lactation or even birthing. First of all, you're not equipped. Your body isn't equipped for that. And why men, biological men that are doing other things, why would you want to traumatize your body that isn't built for that? Okay. And then be so disrespectful to actual women. Women are the life bringers. Why would you want to? Why would you want to? In case any of you forgot, you came from a woman. Why don't you revisit that and really think about what she had to go through? I'm sure she had regular breasts and try to feed you, right? You think that you were attached to a man? No. The answer is no, okay? You are not. You are not. And it's there's nothing, bigoted or derogatory about what I'm saying. It's actual biological fucking fact. It's impossible. And you don't believe me? I'm going to take that Pepsi challenge. Step up to the plate. Put your money where your mouth is and show me. Show me. And I will show you an actual woman that could do it without the hormones and still provide nutrients. Because it's been going on for fucking millennia. There are women that have nursed other people's babies because the baby didn't have a nurse, a mother. You know what I mean? In all kinds of places. There's animals that do it. So, and there are female animals doing it. And I'm not saying that there's not a bond or anything like that. Sure, you can bond with this baby. Sure, you can. You know what I mean? We're talking about breastfeeding, actual nutrients, and not drugs and hormones and whatever else that you're pumping into your body, thinking it's an acceptable thing to pump into an innocent life form, and think that they're going to be okay after that. You don't know what kind of traumatic shit you probably placed it under. You know what I mean? And is this still continuing, or have you just decided to give that up and go to formula? Let's I really want to know. Take the Pepsi challenge.
Too, because he was on androgen blockers, which is the hormone that men take to keep the male sex hormones at bay when they want to present as a woman. They have no idea how much of that got into the baby. And according to this write-up, they don't seem to really care. Here's where they mention the androgen blockers. And they say, it has been reported to have tumorogenic potential in rats, so it can cause tumors. But according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, it's thought to be compatible with breastfeeding. Like, how do they know? Thought to be is not studied. They think maybe these androgen blockers because what? Like, they're not sure, but they think it'd be fine. And then also they bring up the idea that domperidone, which we talked about earlier, is used only for stomach problems. Was it diarrhea or something like that? And you have to get it through Canada because there are strict rules where this person lived. So it's a workaround. It's a workaround. This is medical experimentation on an infant.
Yeah, otherwise, you'd have a bunch of little Luigis running around, little babies with big, thick black mustaches, probably.
I suppose, we know from research about this type of inducing lactation on a male body that this milk has never been tested. I hesitate to even call it milk.
It's not.
No baby can consent to being tested on like this. I don't understand how doctors are like, sure, let's see what happens. We don't know how these hormones get into breast milk and how that would do on a brand new baby, but screw it. Let's give it a try.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed they're even referring to it as breasts and breastfeeding. I'm surprised they're not saying chest and chest feeding.
Right. I'll go with that. On the same thing with that fellow saying. Check it out, man. We don't even need testing. It's just biological fucking science right there. She just read that whatever the fuck that he was pumping into his body causes tumors. I don't know about anybody else. I would hate for my brand new baby to have a tumor because I'm pumping in fucking medicine for my own fucking biological fucking whatever. You know what I mean? And what is that? What are you doing? Like, there's no choice here. You know what I mean? And you could be potentially messing this up later on. You know, you can't get in your feelings, fam. You can't get in your feelings because I'm telling the truth. Absolutely. We don't even need to test it. First of all, it's impossible. Whatever comes out of this pectoral muscle, even if you got a breast on top of the pectoral muscle, is it's a man. You're whatever you got going on, man. You mean this is just all bad. This is all bad. It's like I could dig you want to have a child and raise a child, but I don't even say but. There's a reason there are women, and there's a reason there are men, and there's a reason that women go through this horrible fucking thing. It's not horrible, but it's supposed to be beautiful, but your body does so much, and that there's a reason why men don't go through it. Okay, there's a reason why their bodies are particularly built the way their bodies are built, and their body isn't meant to have a womb, or you know what I mean? Your body isn't meant that way. And just keep in mind, if we're going to go on the universe, right? The universe doesn't make mistakes. It doesn't. It doesn't make mistakes. Whatever you're listening to, just ignore it. It doesn't make mistakes. So when you're here the way you are. It's whatever. You know, you feel some kind of way. All right, fine, fuck it. We'll just go whatever, right? But this is like a line cross. Like, and what do you think this is going to accomplish? What are you trying to do? Phase out women? Again, when they do this, do they go home? Like, when they do this, how do you look at your mother after this? What does your mother think about this? Like, surely everybody has a mother and a father, whether they talk to her or not. They were brought here through the vessel of a woman. Unless you were crafted in a test tube. Okay, and you're crafted in a test tube. You got to be planted somewhere, and everybody's come through the vessel of a woman. Show me where I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Show me where I'm wrong. Everybody's came through the vessel. So what how do you how do you as a person fucking, do you even dialogue with the life bringer that brought you in the world? And you're just on some old other selfish shit, and you just think you're just gonna do whatever. Fuck nature and the reality of it all. I got money and I can just do whatever, and I'm just gonna do this, and fuck the consequences. And if my kid has tumors, or my kid can't eat, or doesn't develop correctly, or for some reason, whatever I'm feeding it burns a hole through their intestines and their lining, and they're just fuck it. You know what I mean? I'm that vain. My vanity is like that. Because that's what this is about. This is a vanity. This is selfish. This is fucking selfish. If you didn't want the baby, you shouldn't have brought the baby. You know what I mean? Because this is an act of like, no, you're here, but I'm just gonna do whatever. This is not if you just wanted the baby, just feed it formula. You didn't have to do all that. Men could hold babies so close to them, and they could bond without doing all this extra shit. Okay, they don't have to they don't have to do that. You know what I mean? So even men in dresses, okay, even men in dresses and men that want to be or want to be women, like I emphasize, want to be women, can put their baby close to their chest and bond with them that way. They don't necessarily have to put their pectoral muscles, and try to nurse. You know what I mean? It's impossible. Just, you really want to put the bottle close to you, put the baby closer. You know what I mean? But you don't got to do that, because ultimately, just think about it. Just put yourself in that position. Just flip the script and be like, my father put his pectoral muscles in my mouth and was pumping some sort of radiational hormone, because that's really what it is, really like hormonal substance into me. And now I can't go to the restroom really right, or I can't think straight. And I don't know, my hormones are all off balance because I was taking this kind of medicine that was meant to keep me kind of feminine, but really I'm a boy. And now I'm this. Like, are you serious? My hair fell out. I got tumors. You know what I mean? I just, I'm not right. Just put yourself in that position. Just flip the script and act like did this happen to you, and then see if I'm wrong. See if, I know it sounds like I'm a villain, but see, just flip the script and then put yourself in that position of your baby, and see, Daddy put his pectoral muscles in my. Daddy was nursing me with his pectoral muscles that he had 32 B's in of silicone. And, he was taking hormones and everything. And I was just getting that. You know what I mean? He didn't really provide any real sustenance. So I was always hungry and always crying.
Yeah.
But I had colic.
Yeah. Don't get me started on that. Right. I mean, they're breasts as much as, any prosthesis, although it seems that this person didn't have any prosthetic breasts. One of my other major concerns about this is in the mommy.
Didn't even have prosthetic, didn't even have implants. This person was just on straight pectoral muscle and hormonal soft tissue growth.
Communities, when you have a baby and you're not able to nurse, there are women who give it their damnedest and they just can't for whatever reason, no matter how hard they try. Those mommies put aside their need for validation as a new mommy,
right,
because they know that their stress about not making milk and the risk of their baby going hungry is not worth it to the baby.
Right.
So they put themselves second in order to put the baby first. That's what a real mother does. What this person did is the opposite of motherhood.
This is straight vanity. This is straight selfishness. I went through all kinds of ugly things like most women do. Go through postpartum. Went through not being able to get a first. I had a weird thought process about breastfeeding and whatnot. And then I couldn't get it right, and it beat me up mentally, but that had nothing to do with me feeding a baby that didn't ask to be brought in the world, and it was fucking hungry. So what did I do? I read books, but I talked to doctors. I fucking pumped it out. I ate enough to pump out. And then when I couldn't create anymore because, my first children, I was losing weight like this. And I didn't really have an appetite. Like, I don't really eat that much. It's contrary to popular belief. I don't really eat that much. And eating's like a chore to me. So I was having a hard time even just wanting to have the desire to do it. And then women go through a lot. Women go through a fucking lot emotionally. And then, with the baby, you don't know, especially your first baby, you don't really know what you're doing right or wrong, especially if you're just by yourself with your first baby. By like baby number 3, you got that shit pretty much down. But baby 1 and 2, you're like, fuck my life. This baby, I don't want to mess this baby up. My baby's fucking hungry, and I'm gonna do whatever I can to make sure my baby eats. Whether I eat or not, my baby needs this, my baby needs that. I gotta do the best I can. And your life is just fucking not existing. You're just there. That baby's first. Period. And you're pregnant, that baby is fucking first. The life is first. So this shit that they're talking about, like I said, is a vanity piece. This is selfish. This is a vanity piece. This is about you feeling good about your fucking whatever. But you're up here, you're not really about this baby. You're not. Because if you were, you wouldn't have done that. You were, like I said, you the one partner is actual female or whatever. You couldn't breastfeed. Cool. Don't do it then. Don't even do it. Just get on a formula fucking regimen, a schedule, because that's all babies are about, schedules. You got to keep to your schedule. And it's timing is everything. Schedule. So that's all it is. Like, why would you traumatize the people, us? Why would you traumatize yourself? And why in the fuck would you do this to this life? You know what I mean? It's like, it's very selfish. It's very vanity. It's a very, very much a vanity thing.
Don't say, oh, this will make me feel good, and tell everybody else that I'm a real woman, and it will signal something to the world. This person doing this to a baby, an unwitting baby, is not a mother or a father. It's a selfish person. And the doctors who went along with this, they should have thought of the baby first. I don't know what to say about this other than
enabling.
I'm horrified on behalf of the babies, and I'm horrified on behalf of moms who have nursed as much as I have, and for moms who wanted to and never could.
Dude, there's women out there that could not. First of all, they would be lucky if they even had a chance to have a child, and when they did, and they couldn't, do the whole process. They felt like, their whole world was just, you know what I mean? And they went into there's women that went straight into fucking depression, because they waited so long, or they finally got a chance to have a child, and then they couldn't, for whatever reasons, or they wasn't viable, or whatever. There's always a fucking reason for a woman to have little struggles. It's not even the woman's fault. Sometimes it's not even their fault. You know what I mean? It just is. And it's devastating. It's devastating when you feel like you just want to do everything the right way, because that's the way it should be. You want to be able to pass a baby through the birth canal. You want to be able to have your baby latch on. You want to be able to, have this bonding moment that, don't look at me like that, Valley. That just wasn't for me, but that's me in my opinion. I've watched women do it, and they have beautiful experiences when you ask them. And there's people like me that are like, this little feeling that I'm talking about didn't kick in until I was already way into my 30s. So when I did have my children, I was young, and that didn't kick in, you know what I mean? So I was like, whoa and no. Yeah, but I did my best because I was going off of a book. I didn't have anybody to guide me through this process that's supposed to be a beautiful process. I was about to do air quotes, but that's not what I meant. What's happening with this case is all to the bad. For what? What are you trying to show us? It's demeaning really to us. And you got women just looking at you like and feeling bad and feeling like, you see how far you gotta go to fucking disrespect us, and you're disrespecting yourself. You know what I mean? You gotta disrespect us, be like, yo, there are some that are like, you're not a woman. We're more of a woman. We're actual and that's so fucking disrespectful. And then when the truth starts to come out, we're like, really? So this is what a woman, this is more than a woman, huh? eye roll, shoulder shrug, because all you're doing, this is a fucking this is bad. I want to say it's a crime. That's where my heart is like. My heart's like, this is an act of fucking, this is bad. I'm sure that y'all don't agree. So don't even agree with me. Just do the research and take me up on my Pepsi challenge to see if I'm an asshole for real. Because I'm not. You just put yourself in that place and you just wonder if just put yourself, just flip the script and see if it flows good in your mind that the man who came, brought you life was the seed passer, right? For your mother to grow you in the womb. See if just play it out like this. He attached me to his pectoral muscle and attempted to provide me nutrients. And he felt good about that. Just play that, just repeat that over and over again and see how that works. See how that works out for you. Just that one section, okay? See how that works out. And see if that's possible. And then even go as far as to go find him and ask him. And see what he says. He'll probably say, fuck no, that's not my job. That was the job of your mother, and she did the best she could. And then we went to formula, and hey, man, sooner or later you're walking, running, using the restroom. You're doing the most. I'm sure he didn't say, yeah, no, I held you close to my chest. It's probably what he said. I held you close, I fed you, I changed you, I rocked you, talked to you, but nowhere did I put my hairy pectoral muscle into and try to exude some sort of fluid of nutrients while I was taking medicines that were not meant for even me, for you. Just saying. You know what I mean?
So
come back and tell me about it.
It makes me want to cry. David, do you have anything else to say about this?
Well, it just blows my mind that how much the pharmaceutical industry pushes this stuff, because they just make hella profits. Everything that these people are going through, the pharmaceutical industry is involved in the whole entire process. And so it just always leads me back to the money. And it's like, you people actually think that some of these places or some of these companies have their best interests in mind. It's like not caring about what's in that. Oh, we don't care if it's like gonna, the hormones or whatever. We're not gonna look into it. It'll be fine, because at the end of the day, the pharmaceutical companies are still making their money. And that's just what it feels like it's all about for me. Because if you really cared about that child, you would not put anything foreign into their body at all. You would want the purest form of nutrition for that baby from the beginning of their life.
Yeah. And those of us who've done that, who've been so careful about what we've eaten, who've always, put the baby first, who've nursed until, again, and, a lot of it for nursing mommies, there's evidence that nursing prevents cancer, breast cancer in the mother. This again puts them in a separate category because whatever that person was doing to themselves brought back on their cancer. I'm not saying that these are a directly related result, but we do know that a lot of those cross-sex hormones have correlation with cancers. Again, who cares about the baby, right? The baby then becomes a prop. Helen Joyce, the author of Trans, today she posted that she wasn't even going to post the picture of the photo that I showed you in the beginning because she felt like the baby was an unwitting participant to someone's ideology and being used as a prop. And I agree with her. I showed it to you anyway for illustration of, what is being out there, and breastfed my child for a few weeks. I then had to stop because I had a cancer relapse and didn't want to poison my child. Here's me on the bus on the first round, on the way to the first round of chemo, like breastfeeding for the last time. Now, I get that your last selves to a doctor's office and said, I would like to breastfeed. And, I got 6 months to do it. Baby's on the way.
Says our report described a case of non-puerperal induced lactation in a transgender woman. We present the relevant clinical and laboratory findings along with review of the relevant literature. 30-year-old transgender woman who had been receiving feminizing hormone therapy for the last 6 years, presented to our clinic with the goal of being able to breastfeed her adopted infant. Pause. This ain't even your kid. Wowzers. Goal of being able to breastfeed her adopted infant. Pause. Not even your baby. After implementing a regimen of and breast pumping, she was able to achieve sufficient breast milk volume to be the sole source of nourishment for her child for 6 weeks. This case illustrates that in some circumstances, modest but functional lactation can be induced in transgendered women. Keywords: breastfeeding, gender dysphoria, induced lactation, and transgender. Wowzers. What else? That is insanity, family. The protocol was designed by Jack Newman. Lenore Guevara's used a combination of contraceptive hormones, physical stimulation through a breast pump, and medication to mimic the hormonal changes of pregnancy and birth. Huh. Wowzers. That is fucking crazy.
Saying that these are a directly related result, but we do know that a lot of those cross-sex hormones have correlation with cancers. Again, who cares about the baby, right? The baby then becomes a prop. Helen Joyce, the author of Trans, today she posted that she wasn't even going to post the picture of the photo that I showed you in the beginning because she felt like the baby was an unwitting participant to someone's ideology and being used as a prop. And I agree with her. I showed it to you anyway for illustration of, what is being out there. And I'm torn about having done so, but I did that. And we're going to call it for this segment. So let us know what you think in the chat, if this can be construed as anything other than medical experimentation on newborn babies.
Thank you so much for watching this segment here at Redacted. We are live.
That shit was crazy. That's not even your kid. That's like, that's not even your kid. I can't, oh my God, dude. That's bad. That's bad. All right. Let's get into this Kamala Harris thing real quick. Okay, before we leave this pregnancy topic, let's go over here to this Tuberville. Tuberville. However the fuck you say his name is.
We've also got some news just breaking into us involving the Capitol Hill and the White House, with the House voting to overturn a Pentagon policy that lets service members get reimbursed to travel to get an abortion. This move answers a big demand from the person you see on screen here, Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville, who's been holding up hundreds of military promotions and getting a lot of flack from the president in the process. Listen to what he said about the senator today.
He's jeopardizing U.S. security by what he's doing. The idea that we're injecting into fundamental foreign policy decisions what, in fact, as a domestic social debate on social issues is bizarre. I don't ever recall that happening, ever.
The Defense Department says there are at least 250 nominations being held up by this whole thing. That number could jump to 650 by the end of the year. And that could be felt throughout the entire military. With an effect on readiness, you would have less experienced deputies having to take up some of these open positions in the short term. Potentially junior officers discouraged from staying in the service and going for a promotion. And then huge financial and logistical burdens for troops' families who are waiting to find out what happens to them next. NBC's Monica Alba is traveling with the president in Helsinki, Finland. And we have this late breaking news tonight, Mon, from Capitol Hill, and word from our Capitol Hill and White House teams now tonight, Sahil Kapoor and our colleague Kristen Welker, that the Biden White House is preparing to sort of ramp up, I think, some of the messaging on what Tommy Tuberville is doing. They say extremely concerned about this. Tuberville, to his point, says he's going to stand firm until he sees action on this policy that he doesn't like. Who blinks first in what is a game of political and military chicken?
This has been bubbling for weeks and months now, Hallie, and the White House has been closely following it. And they were waiting to see whether potentially Senator Tuberville was going to back off this position or adjust in any way. And then all of this really was ratcheted up today when a reporter asked President Biden, as you played there in the intro, and he really made the case that this isn't just about politics. This is about national security and some of these key positions. So I think you can expect the White House to continue with that line of messaging, according to a memo obtained by our colleagues Sahil and Kristen, who you just mentioned there, that spells out why the White House is so worried about this and specifically raises the point that they would like fellow Republicans of Senator Tuberville to speak up and speak out on this. And we've seen a little bit of that start with Senator Mitt Romney and Senator Lindsey Graham tweeting that even if they agree with the Alabama senator on the policy issue here and what they would like to see change, they don't think that this is the right way to go about it, to hold up these key nominations and promotions for key positions that we do know about, like the Commandant of the Marine Corps or, of course, the Chairman to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but then for dozens others that you wouldn't maybe recognize the name of, but that are so key to the military readiness and the way that they are structured throughout the entire country. And as we're here in Helsinki, Finland, where the president just wrapped up a week of really important geopolitical conversations, and the U.S. military is supplying controversial cluster bombs to Ukraine, for instance. There are a lot of conversations right now about how important it is to have the U.S. military at the peak performance point that the president, that the Secretary of Defense, and everybody on down wants them to be at. So I do think you can expect this fight to continue to ramp up. There will be a political messaging fight. But overall, at the end of the day, top White House officials tell us they're going to make this case that it's not just about that. It's not just about 2024. It's not just about elections. It really comes down to being about key national security. Hallie.
Thanks.
Wow. All right. Let's see. Okay. I'll talk about the black
border czar Kamala Harris, meanwhile, is being slammed for tweeting this, quote, "The majority of domestic flights do not have accessible restrooms. This is absolutely unacceptable. Our administration will soon announce a solution to help end this inequity." Inequity in bathrooms, she's talking about. Users quickly pounced on her tweet as the crisis continues at our southern border. Dean Cain responding with, "Yeah, get on that, VP, forget the border." Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton just tweeted this, really. Joining us right now is National Border Patrol Council President Brandon Judd. Brandon, it's good to see you this morning. Thanks very much. This is what our border czar is talking about. Do you want to tell us what's going on at the border right now?
Well, this is the reason that we don't have a secure border. This is the reason that we can't get the resources. This is the reason that the cartels are making billions of dollars every single year. It's because this administration refuses to deal with what we're actually seeing. Let's actually talk about facts. When you look at the number of people in the United States that are dying of fentanyl overdose every single day, and this administration does nothing. When you look at the number of people that are crossing our borders illegally and dying in our deserts or in our rivers, and this administration is doing nothing. When you look at the criminal cartels and you look at their profit margins and how they've gone sky high since this administration has been in office, everything points to this administration does not care about law and order. They don't care about the American people. They don't care about the migrants that are crossing our borders illegally. They only care about the political rhetoric that they think is going to get them reelected and keep them in power. And that is disgusting for the American people. It's disgusting for all law enforcement. And it is disgusting to know that they really don't care about human life.
Well, I mean, look, the Washington Post is telling a completely different story. Yesterday, the Washington Post said that the southern border is, quote, eerily quiet. This is what they wrote. After Title 42's end, reporters writing this: after 2 years of record crossings and crisis-level strains, the Biden administration appears to have better control over the southern border at any point since early 2021. FBI Director Christopher Wray seemed to have a different take on the border yesterday. Here's what he said in that judiciary hearing. Watch.
Is the southern border secure? I think the southern border represents a massive security threat.
Massive security threat, I believe, is how you see it as well, Brandon. But take on this Washington Post story that says everything's eerily quiet.
And this is why most Americans can't stand the mainstream media. The mainstream media lies, and they're never fact-checked. So let's take a look at the actual facts. Jay Johnson, President Obama's Secretary of Homeland Security, he said that if we have 1,000 apprehensions per day, it's a very bad day. And back then, we were only seeing about 200 gotaways per day. Now we're at 3,000 to 4,000 apprehensions every single day and nearly 1,000 gotaways every single day. Then you look at the fentanyl. Then you look at the number of people that are crossing our borders illegally that are on the terrorist watch list. You look at the mistakes that are being made when we're releasing people into the United States that are on the terrorist watch list. Then let's take a look at ICE. Look at the number of people that have been released into the United States that are not showing up to their court appearances. Even this administration admits that a large number of the people that are released into the United States are not showing up to their court appearances. But the administration isn't willing to go out and find these individuals and remove them back to their countries. That's the magnet that draws so many people to cross our borders illegally. We are rewarding lawlessness in the United States. And when you reward lawlessness, you're going to have more people break the law. It is common sense, and that's what we're seeing playing out every single day. Yet the Washington Post is going to continue to lie to the American people because they know that that's what their subscribers want to hear.
That's unbelievable. This is just stunning. I'm with Daniel Garza this morning. Daniel, you live in McAllen, Texas. That's right there at the border. What do you think the border looks like today?
Well, it looks just as bad, but the question that I would pose to Brandon, we realized that what Title 42 gave us was immediate expulsion based on the emergency exemption because of COVID. It was always going to be temporary. Now, what we have is a return to a penalty for re-entry that we didn't have under Title 42. Because of that, we also need now a system, a reform of our asylum process so it's not gamed anymore. We need to know if somebody qualifies for asylum immediately instead of allowing them to the country. Isn't it inaction by Congress that's really causing a lot of the problems that we have right now on the border?
So Congress needs to take action, but we have to take a look at the administration as well. We know that the administration has the authority to step in and use executive orders or policies to control illegal immigration if Congress doesn't act. Yes, we need Congress to step to the plate, but if they don't step to the plate, the administration has the authority to do it. We watched that under President Trump. President Trump got the border secure when Congress refused to act. We could do that under this administration as well, yet they don't have the political will to do it. There are simple solutions to everything that we see every single day on this on the border, yet the administration isn't acting. I will tell you this. What we're seeing is a trend to where Arizona is now getting flooded because Governor Greg Abbott, using his authorities, has done so well in the state of Texas. And so we're seeing the migration patterns switch. And that's always the ebbs and flows that we see. Wow. We don't have a governor in the state of Arizona that's willing to do the exact same thing. So you're not going to see a secure border in Arizona. And we're going to continue to see the chaos that exists. And it's going to happen in Arizona and in New Mexico.
Well, I mean, initially I thought that it was the gotaways that are going to Tucson, going to Arizona. You're saying that now increasingly there's been a pivot that people from all of these countries are deciding, let me enter through, let me go to Arizona instead of Texas.
Yes, that's exactly what we're seeing. When you see that Greg Abbott is continually looking at how many policies can we put in place. He appointed a border czar in his own state. Yeah. When you look at that, yes, you're going to see the cartels are always going to switch. They're always going to go to where can they make a profit? Where can they game the system? And right now, that is in Arizona.
Yeah, and real quick on this apprehension of all of these Chinese nationals, we're seeing the numbers of Chinese nationals apprehensions up 1,300% year over year. We talk so much about communist China and their goals to overtake the United States as the #1 superpower. What are you seeing when you're apprehending Chinese nationals? Gordon Chang told us that they are largely military-age men.
Yeah, when you look at what Christopher Wray just said, it is absolutely true that it is dangerous what's going on the border today. It's not just the people that we're apprehending on the terrorist watch list, but you have to look at the countries that these people are coming from. When they're coming from countries that want to do us harm, when they're coming from China, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Eritrea, when they're coming from all of these countries that want to do us harm, and you look at the demographics of these people, the ages, whether they're male, female, whether they're family groups. When you look at all of that, it is very scary, especially when you look at China and you look at what's coming in.
Incredible.
We know that China does not like the United States. We know that they want to do us harm, and now we're seeing this exponential increase in single adults that are males that are of, like what you said, military age. That is very scary. We're going to feel the effect someday. It's just unfortunate it's going to be kicked down the road.
Yeah, we just don't know what the intentions are. Brandon, it's good to see you. Thanks very much. Brandon Judd joining us. Thanks for your leadership down there at the border.
What's going on, Mother Truckers? Welcome to Mother Trucker News. Email us at mothertruckernews@gmail.com. Now, I've had so...
Okay, before we get to that, I just make sure I'm on the right thing. So I've been following the truckers. I'm following the truckers and what's going on with that. It's a reason why I'm following it, and I'll get into that a little later. I'm going to play a couple of clips because I really think that no one's really studying this. No one's really paying attention. But they've been going in for a good couple of months. So especially like yellow freight. It's not just the UPS strike, but it's it's crazy. Let me see. I'll play a couple of these. I think I should give you a little context. They've been let me see if I can find it real quick. The truckers have been going in. They've been there's so much going on in the trucking industry. Some of these videos are like really, really long, but yeah. All right. Let's go play. I want to play what's going on, but it's I don't even know where to start, man. This has been going on for a while. Basically, the truck drivers have been out of work. They're little by little, people have been getting laid off. That's pretty much the gist of it. And no one's really talking about it. Nobody's really talking about it. But I don't look at this as a bad thing. I don't think this is a bad thing at all. Actually, I think everybody should look at it the way I'm looking at it, especially us Black people. I think we should really look at this a different way. I would look at this a completely different way, especially in regards to pressure and reparations. That's as much as I would look at it. I really think we should look at it completely fucking different. Because it's really, really fucking, it's pretty fucking interesting. So let me see. I put a couple in the queue so we can watch, but it's been going on for a minute, like a good little while. So. I want to play that one, but I don't know. Okay, let's see. Okay. They're relatively short, family. But you should really get really
when
start
the police
looking
aren't
into this.
when the motoring public believes that the police is not paying attention or aren't present, you get to see a lot of the aggressive driving. You'll see drivers passing on the shoulder. you'll see the texting and cell phone use.
A text message or phone call is not as important as somebody's life.
Center lane texting coming up to, we're at the 141.
Right. Officers Krusberg will be driving.
What's going on, Mother Truckers? Welcome to Mother Trucker News. Emails at mothertruckernews@gmail.com. Now, want to give you guys a special update. This week is a trooper in a truck. So what is trooper in truck? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's going to be officers in a semi-truck, and they're doing this in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. So as far as the United States go, specifically in Illinois, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Wisconsin, there will be troopers in a semi-truck. You know, some people feel a certain way about this. Some people say it's entrapment. Other people say, if you're doing the right thing, why does it matter? Now, I do want to bring this up. The reason why they're in the truck is not just to target semi-trucks and truck drivers, but it's to target four-wheelers and cars. Because a lot of times, you know, the cars, they're going to see a police patrol officer going by, but they will not see a semi-truck. So it's a little bit of both. So it's not just targeting just semi-trucks. It's for both. You know, first question is, do you agree with this or do you not? Or do you think it's like kind of weird and entrapment? And why are they just being so secretive and ninja-like, right? And so it says here, during the trooper in a truck patrol, troopers will be looking for dangerous driving behaviors like speeding, distracted driving, following too closely, and seatbelt violations. All right. If any violations are spotted from the cab of the truck, the trooper will then radio a marked patrol unit to perform a traffic stop. So all these troopers in the semi-truck, they're just going to be on watch. But mother truckers, comment down below. What are your thoughts about this? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing? You know, we're just here to give you the information. You know, they're giving notice about this as well on their website. So they're not trying to hide anything, but it's just their way to, catch the bad guy, they say. You know, at the end of this video, do you think that this is another money grab? Is this a way for the states to make more money? Or do you think that it actually does some good? Mother truckers, comment down below. What's going on, Mother Truckers? Welcome to Mother Trucker News. Emails at mothertruckernews@gmail.com. Now, I've had so many truck drivers send this in and wanted us to share this video. I'm actually originally from Sacramento. You know, I've lived in Elk Grove. I've lived in Sacramento area. I know what the area is about. And they have something called sideshows that they do. And if you know what this is, they pretty much get together, block off intersections, and they just start ghost riding that whip, if you know what that is. And basically what happens is they're doing donuts. They're just being teenagers or young adults or whatever, you know, idiots. And the problem here is that two truck drivers were trying to get through the intersection, did not know what was going on, and pretty much got rushed. Here's the first video clip that you can see of a Amazon truck driver, and they just start throwing things at the truck, and they finally got the container open, and they started stealing as much stuff as they can. And it's just one of those things where my best advice for you is to lay your hand on that horn and keep on driving slow. Do not stop. Lock your doors. Call the police. Do not stop. You know, just like this tanker driver here that you can see, definitely did a great job. Went slow, honked his horn, and just kept on driving through. You know, your life is very important, and you do not want to stop, and you need to lock your doors. Mother truckers, this is just, you know, some insight, some raw clips and videos so that you can see that if you are ever in a situation like this, definitely do not get out of your truck. Definitely do not stop, and just keep on driving through slowly. That's all you can do. Mother truckers, comment down below. You know, it looks like the police did their best to try to arrest as many of these guys as they could. But, you know, this is something that they do out in California. And so if you're out in California, and I'm sure they do in other states as well, then I'm letting you know, definitely keep on driving slow and do not stop. Mother truckers, comment down below. going on, mother truckers? So the situation with Royal Bengal Logistics, the owner got arrested, and I mean, it still is under investigation, so we can't say if he really did this $100 million Ponzi scheme or not. But Jenna's going to take me to the headquarters, and let's see if they're actually open or not.
A biological man has successfully.
My fault.
What's going on, mother truckers? So the situation with Royal Bengal Logistics, the owner got arrested, and I mean, it still is under investigation, so we can't say if he really did this $100 million Ponzi scheme or not. But Jenna's going to take me to the headquarters, and let's see if they're actually open or not. So one thing we're observing is some of the cars, their tires are slashed. This side? Right here, well, right here as well, looks like another car got slashed. So maybe unhappy company drivers or investors. We're not sure, but we're just showing you what we're seeing. So check this out, people. You know, Jenna brings up a really good point right here. This is a pro shred security information destruction at your door. So what is the company doing? What are they destroying?
I mean, maybe it might be something else.
I don't know.
It might be another company.
I don't know.
I mean,
This
why
is-
is it here?
Let's check it out.
At the exact
Yeah, let's check it out.
situation.
We're out here right now at the headquarters. I've had already 7 anonymous truck drivers and investors tell me that they had to drop off their trucks in their Texas drop yard. But I see a Royal Bengal right here, logistics truck. And I'm actually right behind this camera. We're going to keep this anonymous as of now. But what were you doing with this company, sir?
I was an investor.
So is this a company owned, or were these owner operators? How did they potentially scam these people?
How much time you have?
Tell me just the short story, or what was it exactly?
The short version, they painted a picture of a well-organized company.
Yeah.
I came from a diesel mechanic background.
Yeah.
And when the way the guy explained to me was that they buy you a truck.
Oh, they buy you a truck.
Right. You give them the money. You lease the truck to them. In return, they'll pay you. And when the guy explained to me, like every 3 months, they rotate the vehicle to Texas to have tires, maintenance on it. I'm like, this is a well-organized organization I want to be a part of. So I did some research. I talked to some other people, and I'm like, man, this is, and you know, they sold me the dream. And like, we make $10,000 a month.
$10,000 a month.
And
man, and since we're keeping you anonymous here, how much money did you invest? $100,000 of your hard-earned money.
Yes.
And did they at least try to fake to look like you got profit back for a little bit?
For 3 months, they give us money, and with the promise after 3 months, you will see a registration, VIN number of the truck, and photos of the truck that you potentially own.
So you don't even know the truck.
No.
They just say every time it switches off, and you're just putting in. So that first month, how much money did they give you?
$6,000.
So you're like, this is real.
Yes.
And then the second month, how much they give you?
$6,000.
And then the third month,
$6,000.
And really, all they're doing is probably giving you your own money back.
Yes.
So they were just giving you your own money back, but saying it was from the company making money.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And I tell you, they start everything up from the beginning. You pick a company name, you incorporate, they give you the EIN numbers,
everything.
So everything seemed legit. And
that's crazy.
And I came here twice. I came here as soon as it opened, about 9:30ish, maybe 12 FBI agents walked into the building, sealed the building off.
So they sealed up there. So what floor is it? I'm gonna go check it out.
Third floor.
Third floor?
Suite 100.
Suite 100. They'll let me in?
Oh yeah. Just go to the elevator and go to the floor. But like I said, the office is locked.
Not a problem. And suite 100. No, thank you
300.
for 300.
Yes.
Thank you. As you can see here on the video, I mean, it's anonymous. You're not on here. Nothing like that. You know what I
And
mean?
that's what another thing. That's what draws you in. You see a truck and think it's legit.
So is this the one truck that they were probably
There was
using?
two. There was a blue one and this one.
So they were, and you go to the terminal, there are trucks there.
Yes. I talked to someone earlier. He was the fleet manager.
Yeah.
And he said they was doing fine. And they brought in some shady people.
Uh-huh.
And it just imploded.
So that's what happened. They were trying to do the right thing first, and then things got dicey.
Yes.
And then that's when they start taking investors' money.
Absolutely.
Okay, I got you. So just for everybody to see, they would have 1 to 2 trucks, a red one and a blue one, just like this, out at their headquarters here. And then so all the investors, they're looking at it and saying, this is real.
Yes.
And then at the terminal, you can see that there's a whole bunch of trucks.
And there's 3 buildings.
So I'm going to wrap this around this way. So
there's dispatching on the first floor.
Right.
Management and fleet management on the second floor. And on the third floor is corporate management.
Wow. So how many employees did you always see when you walked in?
I saw and they call it the investor development, at least 7 people.
So you're seeing everything. You're seeing the organization. You're seeing the building of it. You're like, how? Oh, about 12 FBI agents were just right here. It is locked. Just like the investor said just minutes ago, about 12 FBI agents were just right here. So this was Royal Bengal Logistics. And what they were doing was they were just scamming investors. And the investors didn't know anything about it. The drivers are here trying to get answers that are working for the company because they believe that they were just company drivers for the company. They did not know that they were actually getting their truck, and the person that actually owned that note was not Royal Bengal, but was an investor. So they all had different EIN numbers and different carrier numbers. So yeah, definitely really fishy stuff. And that investor, he didn't want to be on camera, but he said he was about to give them another $100,000 today. So this all happened, and he's a hardworking guy. So, you know, this is where it's at. So yeah, just showing you guys.
Real shit. This has been going on.
What's going on, Mother Truckers? Welcome to Mother Trucker News. Email us at mothertruckernews@gmail.com.
I like it.
You know, on Mother Trucker News, we always try to give you the inside of what's going on.
Go for right now.
And I just want to start this conversation by saying, can you imagine being a company driver, getting a phone call from your company that you need to return the equipment because they say it's some type of restructuring they're doing to the company, and that's all that it is. And then a few days later, you have to find out from news articles, because they're not going to tell you this, that the company you've been working for, the owner is being accused for a $100 million Ponzi scheme and can get 150 years for defrauding investors for the last 3 years. Let's get into this video. We get a email from a mother trucker that says, Alex, I work for a company, and he sends me this link and he goes, I was out in Cincinnati and they told me to drop off my trailer and then drop off my truck out in Texas at their terminal. And they said that it was some sort of restructuring. And they did say that they did pay them some of his pay on Friday. So it looks like they're trying to pay their drivers. They still owe him money, but that all 148 drivers got the same message from their safety department to drop off their trailer and their truck. The driver was upset. He was like, I'm going to just come to my house and just drive home and they could pick it up there. But he did not want to get a abandonment on his record. And hey, I applaud him for that. And for the people that don't know what that is, that are new to trucking, abandonment is basically when you drop off your truck or trailer somewhere where they don't ask you to, and they pretty much put an abandonment saying that you ran away from your equipment. And it makes it hard sometimes for other companies to hire you. Not saying that you can't get hired if you give a situation like this. But then he starts doing a little bit of digging and finds links. So, it says here from Yahoo and FreightWaves, ABC, Fox, it says Feds alleged Royal Bengal Logistics owner defrauded investors over 3 years. A Florida man faces multiple federal charges for allegedly operating $100 million Ponzi scheme through his over-the-road trucking company, Royal Bengal Logistics, Inc. Sanjay Singh, 43, of Coral Springs, Florida, is accused of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and engage in transactions on lawful proceeds, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Federal prosecutors allege Singh, founder and president of Royal Bengal Logistics, organized the Ponzi scheme with others who were not named by the DOJ. According to the DOJ, beginning of 2020, Singh and his co-conspirators held Royal Bengal Logistics out to potential investors as thriving and successful trucking business, and all while RBL actually was losing a crap load of money. So basically, he was borrowing more investors' money to pay off other investors just to keep his company afloat and put money allegedly in his pocket. So as of now, if you look at his safer score, it says that Royal Bengal Logistics has 166 power units and roughly 91 to 97 drivers, depending on where you look. But from my sources, they say that they have actually about 148 drivers. So, mother truckers, that's what's happening right now. And it's just sad that these 140 company drivers are losing their job for a company owner lying about the business and stealing investors' money. Again, under investigation still, but yeah, when the safety department is telling you to bring back your equipment because of restructuring, sorry, you don't have a job, you're pissed, but that's all you're thinking. You're not thinking it's all of this. Mud truckers, comment down below. But yeah, I just want to give you this information right here so that you have it. But yeah, that's what's going on right now.
Fucking crazy, right? That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. Let's see. Oops. Try to figure it out. Okay, bet. Well, family, I have to go because I have to leave here shortly in a little bit, and I still gotta get dressed and do a few little tiny things before I leave. Early this morning. I will be back, and I have plans on shooting or talking a little bit more on my campaign about a whole bunch of things, really. There's a couple things I want to address. I started a queue. Like I said, I haven't been really home, so I started a queue that I wanted to discuss. So I'm planning on doing an RVA a little bit later on this evening, depending on what time I get back here shortly. this morning, depending on what time I get back this morning. If everything could go the way I want it to go. And then, yeah, we'll go ahead and get to that. Should be pleasant. We'll see. Like I said, I have a lot to talk about. I probably won't have any guests, but it's kind of okay. There's a lot of things I kind of feel like I need to get off my chest, and I'm trying to get my fucking website done. I just gotta get a couple pictures, and I'm gonna throw up a few little videos. Yeah, throw up a couple of those. There's a whole bunch of articles too I want to read. That I have a chance to really get to. There's just not enough time. It seems like, and this last couple of days have been not just hectic but dramatic and extremely dramatic, a little bit upsetting and not really constructive or conducive. So, do want to say here shortly, I'm going to be putting up my my RBG flag up. The room's going to be changed around a little bit, making a lot of substantial changes since this weekend. So, put my flag up. I'm waiting for this flag that Trick Sheep got done creating for on there. So I'm just waiting for the big one. It's like an FBA flag, but in black. I'm waiting for that one. It's kind of what my holdout is. Yeah, I'll put that up there too. There's gonna be a lot of things coming up. I'm kind of excited about what's happening. So we'll see. Kind of fearful about raising money. I don't really want to, for various amount of reasons. Just because I've seen what happened, and I've seen what happened in Denver. Not so much. Aurora's a little different. Got a couple of different things going on in Aurora. I'm not really concerned. I'm more concerned about the work, and I'm prepared for that. So I'm gonna be making a couple of videos for my website and trying to get that handled. My goal was trying to get it done earlier in the week. I just didn't realize I needed so much to build it, and it's not the first one I've built. Like I've built like tons of them for the frontline campaign, for everybody on the frontline campaign that is busy, that is with us right now, or is that is taking a hiatus. I've built tons of web pages. Excuse me. However, when it comes to me doing things for myself, yeah, I kind of just don't do that. Now I've always kind of been take care of other people types. So, but this is different. This is quite different, and it's a little bit exciting. I like kind of gliding under the radar. I like really not. I really just kind of like floating around. You know what I mean? It's kind of what I've been doing. It's allowed me to see things for how it really is outside. You know that people don't have a really good perspective and understanding of, and it really allows me to get to have personal conversations with people that are actually going through a lot of things in a row. So not everything is the media, what the media portrays. And I intentionally did the website a particular way. I want to be in control of my narrative. I don't want anybody to control the narrative. They're gonna say whatever they're gonna say. I want to be able to create my future. You know what I mean? Whether it's actually being in city council or continuously to do the work on the boards I sit on. You know, so even if I don't get to be the city council lady or whatever, I'm really excited about the upcoming subcommittees and stuff that I've kind of signed up to participate in and actually be a contributing contributing factor to. So regardless, I'm setting myself up for some sort of success for the betterment of us. Don't let the shade deflect the message. I'm on a roll. I'm gonna do something. Watch, you'll see. And I'm not really gonna let these coons and coonstresses determine where the fuck I go with my life and what I do. I mean, those days are way over. Those days are fucking over. I've had plenty of time and have just actively destroyed my fucking life. So now I feel like I'm able to take control a little bit, and I kind of feel empowered. And like Professor Black Truth says, Black empowerment starts with you. So, stay Black, stay dangerous, and most of all, stay empowered. I will be back today sometime in the evening, probably like around the time I started. And then as soon as I get this little piece done, and I'm satisfied with it, and I launch it hopefully today, then I could put myself on an actual RVA schedule like I had way back when I first started it. I've just been extremely discouraged. Going through a lot. And when like I said before, we need serious consolement in mental health that's for us. You know what I mean? Not everybody understands what the fuck we're going through, and they don't even want to. They really don't want to. So we gotta at least try to do it for ourselves. Anyway, family, stay Black, stay dangerous, stay empowered. The Black vote is for sale. No reparations, no vote. Hold out for something tangible. That's what we always say here at Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda. And ask the questions that need to be asked. What are you going to get? What is going to be done specifically from any politician that's seeking your vote? Ask and demand. You know what I mean? So shout out to every politicians for letting me for me taking all that. Shout out to everybody that we got to check out a little bit today. Shout out to my guests. And I can't wait that hopefully tomorrow I can share some stuff that our sister, our veteran voice, our sister Vicky Dillard has done recently too. She's been on fire lately, so hopefully I'll get to show a little bit of that tomorrow. I have something in the queue. I was hoping I could find the video where fucking Roly Poly was dancing, and I was like, oh my god, what is he doing? I'll find it. I'll put it in the save it somewhere. So be looking forward to me coming back to y'all later on this evening. Thank you. Wish me luck and support your girl for city council at large. And yeah, moral support's always good. Not, it's whatever. The year's got it. So peace and thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. Sorry it came so late as usual. Shit, man, I'm out here all by myself. Help a motherfucker out, and then maybe we could get on, routine. Just kidding, really. Thanks. Peace.